Hang on. Okay. Now this, okay.
All right, then. I'm going to call the meeting to order, and we'll start with the playing of our national anthem.
Bear with me. I seem to have.
The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I will now introduce the members of council and staff who are in the room or online with us this morning. In the room here we have Councillor Janice Bray, myself, Mayor George Comrie, and Councillor Joe Lamb. We also have on Zoom Councillors Brian Woods and Scott Nash. We have also staff in the room today. Acting as clerk for this meeting is our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder. Our CAO clerk, Nigel Black, is under the weather, but he is online and is following the proceedings. At least he was.
Yes.
We also have in the room our planning assistant, Paula Macri, and our director or manager of public works, Mike Huggins. And we on the I see on Zoom we also have our fire chief, Bob Whitman. In addition, we have as a representative of our planning consultants, Jamie Robinson is here. As you know, the purpose of today's special meeting is to work on our official plan, and so Jamie's here to assist us with those deliberations. And once again, I will take the opportunity to welcome all of those who online who are joining us to observe today's proceedings. the next, I guess actually the first item of business here is to ask if any counselor has a pecuniary interest in today's procedure. We're hearing nothing. I will ask that the record show none was declared. Right. Next item is approval of the agenda. Whereas the members of the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone have been presented with an agenda for the October 2nd, 2025 special council meeting. Be it resolved that the agenda for this meeting be adopted as presented. So I get a mover and seconder for that, please. It's fine. Councilor Gray is moving and Councilor Levin. Is there any discussion? Okay, I will then call the question on the agenda. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
You?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you. That's carried. Then we have an agenda as circulated. This we don't need to come to.
That's correct.
All
Correct.
right. With that, I believe we can get into the meat of the business for today. We have in front of us in the package I guess it's actually the third draft of the official plan for the municipality of Whitestone. There's I think there are some, in looking at it myself, I think there are some minor things that probably should be addressed, but there are also some larger issues, and hopefully we can try and focus most of our time on this. I commented to our planners earlier that I think it does still need a good edit in some places, but hopefully we can try and focus our discussion on matters of policy as opposed to trying to wordsmith fine points. But yeah, if there are sections that we think don't make sense or are conflicting or whatever, we should probably highlight those. So what I'm proposing to do is to go through, and again, I hope we can do it as quickly as possible, but go through and identify pages where there are issues that people have, and we'll take time to look at them. And if they are matters of policy, what we'll do is we'll have a straw poll on whether we want to change them in a certain way or not. And that will give our planners clear direction for the sort of the next edit that they have to do. So I think the first page that might have something.
Can you share?
And again,
I can help your worship if it's helpful. Do you want me to,
I'm sorry?
do you want me to take us to the sections or?
Well, did you, I mean, did you have any comments about the, I'm sorry, I should have given you an opportunity to make comments. I mean, as far as going, if we're gonna go through it page by page, then I can do that, but if you'd like to make some introductory remarks, Jamie, I'm sorry, I should have asked you that first.
No problem. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, I think so.
So just in terms of following the last council meeting, there was a number of changes made at the meeting to the document. And then there was a number of comments provided by members of council for us to go back and take a look at following that meeting. So we've had a chance to do that. And I prepared an updated draft with some comments still outstanding to be looked at and reviewed. As part of the providing it back to the municipality, I've provided a memo with a summary of some of the key sections I think that still need review and council's eyes on. So what I would suggest we do today as far as a sort of game plan and a roadmap is we use that memo as sort of a roadmap for what sections we spend our time on at the start. And if councilors have other sections they'd like to go to, could certainly go through those as well. But these are the areas that following the last meeting, I think further discussion still require members of council. So with that, I'm in your hands, but that's my suggestion is that I can walk you through the changes to those various sections that are out.
Okay, well, is that the will of council? Do you want to go through the ones that he mentioned first and then come back, or? The first section on the list. Again, I know from my quick review of this, I didn't have a lot of time to go through it in detail, but I've got lots of other things on other pages, but they tend to be perhaps more minor ones. What did you think, Jamie, was the confusion around 6.02?
What I wanted to just bring to light of council is just get confirmation from council that they're agreeable to the growth management concept that's outlined in this draft. And the growth management concept is that focusing growth settlement areas with limited population occurring in the waterfront areas and in the rural areas. I just wanted confirmation from council that they're okay with that approach going forward. It's the key concept upon which sort of the whole piece based.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Councillor Nash. Can you hear me okay?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody and good morning, Jamie. Just a couple comments to open here. First of all, I wanted to thank our planners for updating the draft based on the last comments. I know we're speaking of draft 3, but for me as a councillor, this is only the second draft that I've seen, so I'm not sure why we're being presented draft 3 when we've only had one council meeting to make comments on. So I think this is really draft 2 and not draft 3 from council's side, just so the public is aware of that. And again, I thank MHBC, Jamie and Patrick for attending last meeting and again for attending this meeting, listening to us and putting in comments that were made. I do think a few comments were missed, and I've seen that our planners have highlighted some for more clarification, which I appreciate. And I do think there is some more minor changes and also some more major changes. And again, when I'm making these comments today, I just wanted the public to understand, for my role as a councillor, in my eyes, I'm trying to ensure that the municipality will survive, the municipality will have growth, and the municipality will keep environmental sensitive areas available, that our municipality is open to the public, and also ensuring that when there is development or construction, we try to make sure where possible that the environment is preserved. Those are kind of my guidelines, and just in trying to do what the majority of the public in our municipality has mentioned to myself or others in what they're looking for as the masses, and doing what is felt to be right for the overall community and in keeping with trying to treat all people, all properties in the same manner, while ensuring that we have an eye on the environment at the same time. So with that said, I do think if we jump sections, it'll be hard. I think we go through it page by page, and I would certainly hope that there's not comments on all page and it goes through very quickly, because I know we have limited time today until 2 p.m. for our planners. So I hope we can be done before that. But I do think going through it page by page quickly will probably be the quickest way. And then when there is a section that needs more speaking to, our planners can speak to that with an introduction to that section. That's what I'd suggest. And thank you for my time, Mr. Mayor. And again, thank you for everybody attending the meeting. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I think I should test council on this. Do you wish to go through the items that are in Jamie's memo? Or do you want to go line by line? I mean, it doesn't. I think the line by line is going to take us longer, unfortunately. It's going to be. And I didn't realize that we were limited to 2 o'clock. Is that the case? Are we done at 2 o'clock?
I believe Nigel had sent an email stating that.
Who's finished that too? We are?
Yeah, I believe Nigel sent out an email stating that the planners were only available until 2 p.m. today.
Is that
Daisy.
till 3?
The initial thing was 3 o'clock that I read.
Oh, okay, but I thought that was on the previous date that we had. I didn't realize that was, okay.
Anyways, what I did was I've gone through all of it. Up until 6:02, I only have one change and it's just awkward wording. So I mean, we can go to 6:02 in my mind. But I also printed out and have and asked Paula to supply me with every email that anyone has sent in regarding the official plan since August. And I have them separated here by late, and I've read, I want people to know that I've read each and every email that has come in. And I understand some people's concerns. I will try today to maybe reach some middle ground on many issues and see how we go. But I would say, for instance, now, does anyone have anything up to 6:02, right? And if no one does, then we're at 6:02, right? And then carry on from there. So, and having said that, the only thing I have is section 4.04, which is highlighted in yellow, I think, and it just reads very awkwardly. Like in many ways, municipality Whitestone reflects the character of much of the district of Parry Sound. I guess that's okay. It has a small year-round population, and I think it needs to say and a large number of seasonal residents that have recreational properties or something like that. It's just awkward. So I would just take a look at that, Jamie, and reword it. I don't want any concept change there or anything, but that's all I have. And then I'm at 6:02, so I don't know about other people. Anyway, thank you.
Okay,
Mr.
well,
Mayor.
sorry, did you want to say something, Councilor Bragg?
Yes, I did. I
Go
just
ahead.
have one question before 6:02, so that will be it. You want me to go do ask now?
Okay, sure, yeah.
It's 4-11. It's about the Indigenous communities and what consultations have taken place already. It said the Indigenous communities have been included in the review of the official plan, and I was just wondering how that's played out, because I know we have difficulty getting contact with them through the ministries.
So in terms of, they haven't been consulted or engaged directly to date. on the first draft, but what typically happens is once we have a draft document prepared, then we circulate it to the First Nation communities, so that's anticipated what will occur in the process.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
No,
Mayor,
I would. I guess. Most of the things that I have that are before section 6. Are what I would call. Oops, sorry about that, what I would call editorial.
Yeah, just to be general, counselors and the public and editorial comments, send them over, we can take a look at them, I think. I think the focus of today should really be the principal issues and is there a concept you don't like or a concept that needs to be changed? And then if we need to do any wordsmithing on specific sections, we can do that outside of the council.
Okay, so let's go if we can to section 6. The
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Nash.
yes,
Just a couple things here. I know it's 10:30 and we're just doing an introduction, which is great, but like, I think the public can't quite follow what we're doing here. You know, Councillor Lamb's talking about one section, then Councillor Bray's talking about another, then we're skipping to section 6. Maybe I have questions between 1 and 6. Maybe Councillor Woods has questions between 1 and 6. If we're jumping forwards and backwards, nobody in the public is going to be able to follow what we're doing. If, you know, Councillor Lamb speaks in one section, all of us need to be able to speak to that section before we move on to the next person. And as a result, I think the only way to do it quickly is to go through it page by page, not line by line. It's simply, anybody have any questions on page 1, page 2, page 3? We go through it, we'll go through it fast. If we're jumping all over the place, this meeting will take us till midnight tonight, in my eyes. The last meeting we did, it went fairly long, but it was fast, it was organized. We went page by page. Everybody was able to speak to their concerns. And all of a sudden now it doesn't seem like we have any organization to how we're going to do this. If we're going to let our planners speak, let them speak to every single item they have before we do any comments, and then let us start and do all our comments after.
well, I don't know if you missed, but we only have until 3 o'clock. And I am concerned that we won't get through it all, but I will accept the direction of the majority of council if you're, what I'm hearing is 2 people are already saying to me in the room here, let's pick on the ones that the planners flagged. And then we can go back, but again, it's not,
Well,
I'll accept the will of council, whatever it is, but it's.
It's 10:30.
Yeah.
We should be talking about things. I've already said I have nothing other than 404. And I don't have anything. So I think Council Bray has done the same thing. So in the room here, and I think the mayor said all he has is editorial things up until section 6. He can give those to Jamie and he can incorporate that. So I guess the question, in the sake of moving on and then maybe going page by page, what do Councilors Nash or Woods have before page 16, which is 602?
That's my question.
Now is the time to bring it up, and let's bring up things that we can deal with, right?
Do you have matters of substance before section 6, Councilor Nash or Councilor Woods? How about that?
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor
Yeah.
Woods. Can you guys hear me okay? I was trying to say something earlier. I don't know if you can hear me or
We can hear you. Go
the
ahead, please.
section 4.04 that Councillor Lamb brought up. I read it kind of the same way that he did. I think it could be changed, the wording a little bit. If you want me to give you a quick idea what I thought, that's fine. But if not, if that's going to be an editorial and you want me to send it to Jamie, I could send it to Jamie. I just think the way that it reads, like the first line would be fine, and then it has a small year-round population.
We're gonna wordsmith every section here, we're gonna be here 3 days, so
Yeah.
we gotta move on, guys.
Yeah, I think that one's been dealt with.
Yeah, I have it marked too, by the way. I mean,
Okay, that's no problem. I wasn't trying to wordsmith. I was just bringing something up, but I don't understand why I get interrupted by somebody that's getting paid.
Okay, Councillor Woods, please continue.
All I was gonna say was Whitestone has a small population, period. A large portion of which are seasonal residents with recreational properties. To me, that makes more sense. That's it.
Okay, thank you for that comment.
And then
Good comment. Do you have anything else that you want to raise, Councillor Woods, before we get to section 6?
No, we'll just go through the sections that the planner wants to do. That's fine by me.
All right. Councillor Nash, did you have something that you wanted to raise before section 6?
Yes, I do. And just seeing how this meeting has started, this is going to be a disaster of a meeting in my eyes. The planner should not be cutting off councillors. If we want to, I hate the word wordsmith. If councillors want to talk to wordsmith something, this is the time to do it. If not, we do it all behind the scenes and nobody in the public sees what's happened. The reason it's suggested to go page by page, if we would have already been way past section 6, is because the planner didn't listen to some of the comments that were made and asked to be changed. So if we skip them, they'll be missed again. That's why it's important to go page by page. I've already had 2 texts from residents of the public saying this is a disaster, just so you know. I'm not going to say their names, but 2 people have texted me already. So section 4.11 on page 12, so that the public can follow where we're talking. If not, they're not going to have any idea where we are at any of the time. It uses the word incorporated. It says there are numerous submissions that have been reviewed and incorporated into the policy. The word incorporated should not be there. This was already talked about the last time. We will review comments. It doesn't mean that they will be incorporated. It should read, there are numerous submissions that have been reviewed. That's it. And then it has to be changed after that. That's 1, which was already talked about at the last meeting. And then on page, where was it here? I think that was all I had leading up to section 6. And I too had circled what the other people, every other member of council spoke to. So I won't go on to that, as I'm sure it will be updated. And then I am also to section 6. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So in section 6, which, let's see. This is kind of, this is generalization, of course, but what this whole section is, what do we foresee as the settlement and the pattern of settlement and growth going forward? And that this is a 20-year time frame, I would remind people. What issues, what was the confusion, or what were the issues about what's written here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can.
I guess I should ask our planner. Because you highlighted it. What did you think was not clear?
I don't think there's anything that isn't clear. What I was intending to do is just make council aware that in the provincial planning statement, the requirement for managing growth is that growth be directed to settlement areas. And that the draft official plan contains a similar approach to growth management, where growth is proposed to be directed to settlement areas with limited growth occurring in the rural areas. So there's just a tweak in language from the current official plan as it exists today to the new official plan to reflect that growth management concept that's required by the projects. It was just a learning council to that approach.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Lamb.
Yeah, just quickly on 601, we're talking about, home-based businesses and things like that. A lot of the concerns that I read in the various emails was the concern about in the waterfront, opening it up to things like auto repairs and welding and those sorts of things. So I don't know whether this is the area or there's another area when we get to it that we can discuss, but so is this the area we talk about it, or is there
There's a section that
Yeah.
deals with home industry.
okay, then I'm fine with everything suggested and said. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Nash.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm fine with everything in 6, but if we're gonna do an introduction and each member of council is gonna talk to what item number 6 is and a general outline of it, like you did, Mr. Mayor, at the beginning of this, we're gonna be here for an extra hours. I think everybody's read the sections. Everybody knows what's there. Let's carry on and just ask if council has any questions or comments on a section. That's it. We
That's
don't
what I
need the
just
back.
did. It's gone.
What we're doing, Councilor Nash.
Mr. Mayor, at the beginning of it, you gave a 2-minute summary of what the section was about. We don't need to do that. Just ask all the counselors if they have any questions and move on. We're going to be here all day. We should all know that there's another section in here that speaks to home-based businesses. If we've read this, we know that is further in it. There's a whole section about it. That's why we need to go through it page by page or something. Anyways, I now have 3 texts about it. So anyways, I have no questions about item 6. I think everything that was updated by the planners is great, and they've done a great job on section 6 for the updates. Done.
So I do have a question for the planner, I guess. There's a statement that says most of the area's growth occurs along the shoreline of its lakes. I would suggest that that's a historical comment, in the past 50 years, that would be true. But in light of your recent comment about the provincial policy statement, we're not saying that we inspect that to be the major area of growth for the population growth for the municipality going forward, are we?
That's correct.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what line item are you talking about? I don't even know where you're talking about in section 6, about the words you're talking about. What page?
6.01, first, the second sentence.
Okay, second sentence.
Says most of the area's growth occurs along the shoreline, and I'm saying, yes, that's historically true.
Hmm.
But the provincial policy statement, as our planner just articulated, is intending us to focus on settlement areas, and I don't think that waterfront is settlement areas. Settlement areas are Chartbeg and Whitestone, Fairland, Maple Island, etc.
I would agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I simply asked where it was.
Okay, all right.
Nobody in the public, myself, can't follow. We're just talking about an area and nobody knows what page it's on or what paragraph we're talking about. Right? That was all. I just asked what section it was. Thank you.
Okay, so am I taking it that there aren't any other substantive concerns with item 6?
Not by me.
All right, so the next one that is on Jamie's list is 8.0, having to do with new lot creation. Is there anything in item 7? No? All right, item 8.
I think I'll just explain item 8.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So in section 8, we just made a tweak to, I think, provide more clarity that 8.1 deals with the preferred method of lot creation. So that's subdivision versus consent. So it's not about the criteria for whether lots should be approved or not approved, it's whether you should proceed by consent or plan of subdivision. So in section 8.01 subsection 4 provides the details where it says that up to 3 new lots and 1 retained lot could occur through the consent process. If you're looking at more than that, then plans of subdivision should be used. So that's what section 8.1 deals with, whereas section 8.2 is the section that establishes criteria upon which to consider new lot creation. So, for example, you need fronted, where you need, what type of road access you need. You can't cause a traffic accident, just the standard sort of requirements that are needed to be addressed in the lot creation. So I just wanted to bring that to council's attention, and those are the tweaks, or those are the modifications that were made to provide clarity on those sections.
All right, does anyone have any issues with
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Nate? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll go through it. Section 8.02.2. In this section, it says plans of subdivision be required for those multiple lot developments proposed that are required to be supported by special studies. In the last meeting, we spoke about this, and a plan of subdivision, as per the provincial policy statement, is when there's municipal services extensions. That's what we spoke about at the last meeting. That's what used to be here, and it has not been put back in. Plans of subdivisions are required when it's an extension of municipal services. Why does it not say municipal services, Jamie, anymore, after we spoke to this at the last meeting?
So firstly, there are no municipal sewage services or water services in the municipality, so that's not an appropriate criteria upon which to consider whether to go forward with a consent application or plan of subdivision application. Secondly, if you're extending a road, that is often that could be considered a municipal service. That's often a reason why to go through a plan of subdivision versus consent, and maybe that's what you're referring to. But there could be a situation, for example, on the waterfront where you don't need to extend, or where there's no road access, for example. But maybe if you are creating more than 3 lots or more than that, it is appropriate to go through a plan of subdivision process for one reason or another. So
Yeah, no,
typically the extension of services is not a trigger for whether or not plan of subdivision versus consent.
and what does a provincial policy statement say? Does a provincial policy statement say subplans of subdivisions are required when it's an extension of municipal services? Yes or no?
No, provincial policy statement doesn't speak towards the method of lot creation. The method of lot creation is outlined in the plan.
Okay, and why did we take out the word municipal services? Why did you decide to take it out when this was discussed at the last council meeting? That would like to be kept in there. Why is it out?
And that change was made at the last municipal council meeting by the look of it. So I didn't make any changes after the meeting, only the changes that were made during the meeting.
Okay, well, I'd ask for that section to be looked at again and maybe listen to the recording of the last meeting. And then in section 8.01.3, I know that it now reads, consents will continue to be by the recommended process for land division where a limited number of new lots is proposed. Consents will be permitted where it can be demonstrated. So this goes on, and I think that update is good, the way that it's been done. In here, on the next section, 8.01.4, we speak to the land division authority, would generally interpret. The land division authority in our area at current is the
Perry Sound and Area Planning Board. That's what we're referencing when we say Land Division Authority. Is that correct, Jamie?
Yes, currently it is.
Okay, perfect. And then again, it still notes will generally be limited to up to 3 new lots and 1 retained subsequent applications. But then if you skip down, it says any exceptions to this policy will be made in special circumstances. Why do we say special circumstances? That should be taken out, if in my eyes, and it should be any exemptions to this may be made where the purpose and intent of the above policy is maintained and the Land Division Authority is satisfied. I don't know why it's special circumstances. We've spoken about this 3+1 so many times and extensively at the last meeting. The Perry Sound Area Planning Board has given examples on multiple occasions that yes, it might be considered 3+1 as normal, but if somebody wants to do 5 or 8 or 10, it can be done. But we keep saying it's not a special circumstances. It's basically you can do more than 3. But then we add all these little words like in special circumstances. So I think, I don't know what other counselors' comments are to that, but I think in special circumstances should just be taken out, and it should read, any exemptions to this policy may be made where the purpose and intent of the above policy is maintained and the Land Division Authority is satisfied. That's how I think it should read. Does any other counselors have concerns with taking out the words in special circumstances? Okay.
Mr.
Hearing
So
none.
So I guess my comment is not so much with the words in special circumstances. I do not agree and will not agree with you know, a 10 lot or an 8 lot or whatever subdivision by consent. I think that there's a reason why the 3+1 is intended to be the upper limit for consents. Because the consent is a simpler process and there are all kinds of other things that can come into consideration if you're doing a real subdivision development. And so I'm not in favor of this. And you know, one of the things we were trying to do was to get clarity around this, and it seems to me that because the subject keeps coming up, and I think we should stick with the time-honored protocol of this and not be looking for you know, getting into a whole bunch of arguments at the planning at the you know the actual time when the planning board or the council is considering an application about whether it's special circumstances or not, or whether they justify this or not. I think once you cross that threshold, it's a plan of subdivision. That's my view of it. So, I find that there's a lot of extra words in here that I think are probably, you know, confuse the matter, but it seems to me like we still have 3 lots and 1 retained as the upper bound as the normal upper bound for a consent.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, and Jamie, the Perry Sound Area Planning Board is our land planning authority right now. And they already allow more than 3+1. So we're putting something in here that is no relevance because we're not even a land approval authority. And just a simple question to Jamie. In some cases, could somebody apply for 5 lots under a consent? Yes or no?
Yes, they can apply for whatever they want.
So if they're applying for it, it can be done. And if we put 3+1 and put all these X's after that, somebody will appeal to the land tribunal and win. So we're writing something to scare people. Just write it the way the rules are. Take out the word under special circumstances. It doesn't need to be there. So I don't know if we can just finish that line so we can move on. Do we want to leave in special circumstances or remove it? And if we have a straw poll, then we can move on to the next section. All we need to do is do straw polls, as was said earlier, on so much of this, instead of 20-minute debate on every item. So do other councillors want the words in special circumstances left or removed?
I thought the mayor asked that question and we're already off that, like it's out, right? Like, you went on to another section, so, yeah,
But what,
I'm okay with special circumstances coming up, so let's move on.
and what about other councillors? We need 3 councillors to agree to something. So it's myself and Councillor Lamb. Does somebody else agree to take out in special circumstances so we can move on?
Mr. Mayor, can you guys hear me? I've been losing the call a little bit here. You can hear me okay now?
Yes?
I don't know what I missed in the conversation there, but my thoughts on this section that we've been talking about, the 3+1, I always thought that it was only if there was a extension of municipal services, because that's the way it's been done since I bought property up here 15, 16 years ago. There was another, in special circumstances, I think that should be removed. I don't understand why that's in there, to be honest with you. I don't know what you guys talked about the past couple of minutes, like I said, because I lost connection here.
So I think through you, Mr. Mayor, that's 3 people that have said take out in special circumstances. So it's removed, right? So we can just move on to the next section now.
Except someone has their hand up in the room.
That's so great.
Yeah, I've been looking at the original, the official plan that we have now, which says special circumstances, so it's always been in there. It's not something new. It's always been there, that there have to be special circumstances. And I think that should stay, because I think that someone needs to demonstrate that there is a reason why the authority should give, allow it to happen. And it's not just, and that it does need to be special. It needs to be something that would be of interest to the municipality and the area, and also make sure that it's not going to affect other people, other situations in the municipality. So I don't know why we would take it out. It's been there. It was there originally. Why we can't keep it, I don't know. And the 3+1, I think that, yes, we want to make sure that really that there are no consents really over that, unless there are really special circumstances. You don't want people having the ability to do that. And I'm not sure why you'd want to take it out. It's worked so far. It's helpful. It keeps us on track. What is the logic? If you can give me something that the logic for taking it out, then maybe I might change my mind, but I can't see, except it's gonna benefit some people, and maybe that's not a good thing for our municipality. I'm done, thanks.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say one quick thing. The people are allowed to do it because that's the law right now, that you're allowed to do it. I don't know, maybe that helps Councillor Bray out. I know, there's been a lot of 3, the retain 1 and make 3, but people are allowed to do more as long as they can prove that there is no extension of municipal services.
I'm sorry, that is not the only criterion for subdivision is extension of municipal services. We do not have municipal services. So that's never going to, and I haven't seen any, if I look at the time that I've been on council, I haven't seen anything more than I don't know, maybe 4 lots or so go through by consent. and, you know, I don't yeah, I think you missed my original comment. It's not the word special circumstances, which are not defined, that are bothering me. It's the fact that when you get to 8.01.4, it reiterates the fact that the standard is 3.1. And that's what I think we should be doing. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with it the way it
Mr. Mayor.
is. In special circumstances, I don't know what that means, but we have not opened the door to subdivisions. And the planning authority, by the way, which by the time this official plan goes into it, may be the municipality and not the planning board anyway. But the planning board is bound by the official plan in the municipality that it's planning for. So
Through,
the planning board doesn't get to say, oh, no, we don't like your official plan, we're gonna do something different. So I don't have a problem with the way this is worded right now. I'm not looking.
Mr. Mayor, if I could say one more thing, at the last official plan review meeting, was this section not previously discussed and voted on by 4 members? This topic,
through you,
you left by like 2 o'clock, I want to say, Mr. Mayor, right?
Agreed to it. This is a reflection of what was agreed to in that meeting.
well, through you,
I
Mr.
wasn't the
Chair.
person raising an issue with this. I'm just trying to get clarity around what it is. I mean, I
Through you,
think
Mr.
it reads correctly the way it is, as far as I'm concerned, and it reflects what the discussion was.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Nash. About 10 minutes ago, 3 councillors agreed to take out the word special circumstances. And 10 minutes after that, because 3 councillors voted to move on. If we don't do that, this meeting is going to take 30 hours to do. Click on it. Get out. The reason the special circumstances should come out, well, the reason special circumstances should come out is because we're changing the definition of what a subdivision is no longer municipal services. It's to be supported by special studies. That's the reason, Councillor Bray, it's recommended that in special circumstances come out. We've already had 3 councillors say it, have it out. Let's just move on to the next item. We don't all need to give our whole diary of what each section reads. This should just be a simple, what words do we want added, taken out, move on, straw polls, and done. That's it. So with that said, I'm going to move on to section 8, new lot creation criteria. And it is on page 20 for anybody in the public. Section B reads fronts of public roads or a condominium road that is maintained on a year-round basis or fronts on a private road with legal access. We're forgetting one section there. It can also be on a lot that just has legal access. It doesn't need to be on a private road with legal access. So I think, Jamie, you just need to add has legal access at the end. And what I'm talking to is back lot type subdivision or site lots where it said that you can have a building put up or you can create a lot as long as you have legal access to the lot. So I think that needs to be added to section B. And I'd ask if any other councillors have any question or anything on that one before I go to the next one, just to try and keep it in order, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I don't know, did you understand
Can
what?
you make it explicitly clear for me? Was it that it just needs legal access? I think what you said was, it says a private road with legal access, and you just wanted it to say legal access, is that what I heard?
Through you, Jamie, it can be a private road with legal access, but there doesn't need to be a road per se. You can just add another line. So if it reads or fronts on a private road with legal access, or, and then there's nothing, or has legal deeded access, right? There doesn't need to be a road, if that makes sense. Thank you.
So. Do you understand what the problem is?
Fine with it, it doesn't change anything from a planning perspective, okay, we can move on.
Good, let's move on.
But I'm sorry, but if it doesn't front on any road, what are we talking about? Water access property? Is that?
Doesn't matter, it's just that it has legal access, legal deeded access, could be on, the next section deals with, the next sections deal with water. Could mean it's on a legal right of way,
Yeah.
could mean it's adjacent to another property with some sort of a right of way, it's just talking about having legal deeded access.
So just so I understand, you're gonna change it, remove the fronts on a public road, condominium road, and maintain the.
On street.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what I'm recommending is all that information can stay there. You just need that tree road
Okay, all right,
at the end.
I see what you've written, okay, fine,
Thank you.
anything else? Anything else in this section? So.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was muted.
All of
I was
section 8,
muted.
yes, well, maybe not all of section 8.
I think there'll be questions on page 23, would be my guess.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, I was muted. I do have another question on item D on this page. Can we move on to that? Are we done with section B now?
Well, okay, you're on page 20, section.
No, he's on page 12.
Page 12, page 20, item D.
Sorry.
I'll let everybody get to
Okay, in
that.
my draft, this is page 20, unfortunately, but okay, all right, fine. So,
Yeah.
okay, so what one are you on now?
Page 20, Mr. Mayor, item D. And what it's, item D is in David.
Okay,
And
thank you.
what we have is where located on an island or where the proposed lot is to be accessed by water, the new lot must, and then it says deeded mainland parking. I think it's supposed to be must have deeded mainland parking. But in some cases, as we know, and I think some of the associations have even said it, you might have parking at a marina, you might have parking at the public landing. And I know some of the associations are even saying maybe we can do a development fee to take money for improvements during a Kent Center subdivision application. So I think the word deeded needs to come out. It should just read must have mainland parking with direct access to public road, private road, or right of way. So I think the word deeded just comes out, and then the second last sentence or line, it starts with permitted once alternative deeded mainland access has been registered on title. So I think from the word alternative, there should be a period and the rest should be removed, because again, in some instances, we don't need deeded access. And to that, maybe Jamie and the planners can think on adding a section that would speak to the use of municipal facilities, because we do allow it in some cases, and I'm for what some people have suggested, that if a municipal landing or parking area is going to be used and there's a lot creation, we should, as a municipality, collect a fee for that to allow somebody to use it. So Jamie, maybe you can come up with something there for that. I don't know if other councillors had any questions on that, but that was the end of my comments on that page. Thank you.
Anybody else want to comment? Councillor Bray?
Well, I'm just not quite sure where this fee is coming from. Is it from when the person purchases the land? Purchases, like, how does that work?
So effectively how these sections are intended to work, so detached, or that if somebody applies for a lot, this water access doesn't have road access. In order to create that lot, they have to demonstrate that they have the ability to be accommodated by a marina, have a parking space at a marina. Or B, that they've gotta have access that's deeded from a mainland property that isn't a marina. So like a waterfront landing or something in that respect. So those are the two scenarios that then council could recommend to the planning board that yes, we would support this lot creation. The intent there is that if you're creating a bunch of lots or you create lots that don't have access or don't have somewhere to park a boat, that's a problem for the municipality in the future that they gotta deal with. So the idea is deal with it before we create the lots. I think what Mr. Nash, Councillor Nash is saying is that there might be a municipal situation as well, where the municipality might own land and allow people to park their boat there, and we should allow that, we should recognize that as well in addition. So I think what his question is in addition to having the requirement for either A marina, B deeded access, but I think he doesn't like the term deeded, he wants that taken out. But should we add a third one that is municipal? I think that's what.
And, through you, Mr. Chair, Jamie, you nailed it on the head. Thank you very much for the summary. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Okay, are there other comments on this?
Does the municipality own land, or is the municipality interested in that being an option for people to create lots?
Well, I'm gonna comment on them. I was wanting to see if somebody else had some, because this is a sort of a significant policy issue here. All right,
So let's take Shawanaga Lake, right? We had applications in the last year. And I think they were from McDougal's, because one half of the lake is McDougal, right? And they somehow wanted kind of like deeded access or something.
Did you mean Lorimer? I'm sorry.
Lorimer, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay,
not
sorry. I just wanted to be
Lorimer,
clear.
We said we can't guarantee that at the small dockage that we have there, right? So, is that covered in here? So what, if someone wanted to, in that circumstance, create a new lot, what would they have to do? Just say, well, there's the municipal owned dock area and that satisfies it? Or do they have to go to someone on the land and say, can I take deeded access through your lot and sign this and do it that way? So I don't know, there's a real live situation on Lorimer, so. Would that be covered in the future?
Okay, that's a good question.
Could I say something to that real quick, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Woods, go ahead.
The Lorimer Lake example that you were just thinking of there, Councillor Lamb, the people were from McDougal. So we don't have to provide them with anything for legal access if they're creating a lot in McDougal. No, that would be up to McDougal. We only have to adhere to it for the Whitestone residents, right? Because it's the access to that lake is only on our end. They don't have one on their end that they've developed. So that
I realize, but what I'm saying is, what happens if that was a Whitestone resident, right? And they came to us, would they be able to split a lot or sever a lot, which is water access, given that, you've only got that one dock there with actually no dock, just the landing, right? Would they be able to create a lot or not?
Maybe I can help there.
Yeah.
Does the municipality currently provide boat docking for individuals?
No, we don't provide it, right?
Not dedicated.
So the follow-up question is, do you intend to do that in the future?
Well, first of all, we do have deeded access at the end of Farley Road for a bunch of people who are, on the north end of Whitestone Lake. So we do have that. I don't know where else.
Yeah, and
So
through
my
you-
suggestion here, just to kind of my suggestion, take it or leave it, is that if you're not current, that's not currently the practice. And it's not a practice you know that you want to do in the future. I wouldn't suggest you include it necessarily in the OP right now as an option for creating new lots. If that could be done through amendment in the future, let's say on a lake, you want to create a municipal access point, you want to provide 50 dock, the municipality wants to rent out 50 docking spaces to cottage owner properties. It's going to need an amendment to your plan at that point in time in the future, so deal with that issue now. That's just.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I appreciate all the comments, but I think we're missing something. This happens all the time in our municipality right now. It's happened on Gooseneck Lake before. Anytime somebody does a new lot on Bolger Lake, anybody does a new lot on Magnetawan River sometimes, we have lots of landings, and council will allow people to create lots using the public landings. There might not be, Jamie, to answer your questions, there might not be docks for overnight parking, but we do allow people to have properties and allow them on, Washkesh before, there's been lots created that are using the Indian Narrows public landing. So this happens all the time. And what we try and do sometimes is say to somebody, you're going to have to buy a fictitious piece of land a kilometer or half a kilometer away from the lake that's a forest really that'll never be used, and you got to buy that off a private citizen for 20, 30, or 50 grand, and then you can build your lot. But we know behind the scenes that you're really going to park in our parking lot and use our docking facilities. So we already have this happen every year since I've been on council. It's happened. It's happened every year I've ever been watching the municipality. It happens all the time. And what some associations have suggested, and what I've suggested in the past, which I feel is a great idea, under our zoning bylaw, if we write it in that it's an option, if somebody's going to come and say, I want to put a new lot on Lake Washkesh, and we say, yes, there's room at our public landing for that for you to park. So we'll allow you to do that, but we're going to ask you for 20 grand or 30 grand as a fee for us to allow you to use the parking lot, and we'll use that 20 or 30 grand to improve our access point. That's what the intention is of what I'm suggesting, but it happens all the time. Happens every year I've been here, like I've said. So that's why I'm very adamant, if we can, to add a section about that, because it does happen all the time. And I think Councillor Woods brought it up too in some examples where it's happened, and Councillor Lamb as well. So it does happen a lot. I think it's an important section to have in there because it does happen. So those are my comments on it. So I'd hope that there'd be other councillors that would like to see that section added. And then, yes, we might need to revise it during this process, but at least it's added there so the public can see it. So do I have any other members of council that would like to see something added there regarding that? And then we can move on.
I'm going to make the comment I was going to make originally, which is, I mean, I think the original wording of this reflects historically what we have said to people based on the fact that the municipality was not in a position to arbitrarily expand landings in every place. And it's not that I have a problem with what Councillor Nash is suggesting, but I don't think it's appropriate to stick all the ratepayers of Whitestone for providing a parking area and docking for people who want to create new water access lots. So we have to have, if we're going to do what Councillor Lamb or Councillor Nash is suggesting, I think we have to have some we have to articulate what the plan is. And, as some of you know, my original thought was that people should pay for parking, like the way they do on a use basis, and that way everybody who parks and docks would be paying something. I guess you could do it on the capital improvement basis. But keep in mind, there are going to be limits on where we can expand. Like some of our landings are on Crown land use permits. And they may not, there may be limits on how much we can expand them, right? And some of them, like somebody said, Bolger, well, that particular one is our property, but it's a limited piece of property. And we aren't likely going to get any more. So, you know, if a whole bunch of people wanted to create water access lots on Bolger or Kashkaba, which I don't suppose is going to happen, but if they did, then eventually we'd run out of parking. Eventually we'd run out of dock space. And people have a tendency to say that you talked about Indian Narrows, we see this happening right there. Folks who rely on that dock decide, I'm going to just tie up to it and leave my boat there. And that interferes with the folks, because there's only one dock, and that interferes with the people who are trying to just use it to get in and out. So, you know, we would end up having to invest some effort in making this happen, and it isn't just the money thing. But I don't know. My inclination would be to leave the exact wording of Part D the way it was originally, but if you want to move in, the council wishes to move in that direction, recognize that it's going to be, we need to put a provision in that allows us to recoup some, because it's going to require investment, and I think we need to be able to recoup that from the applicant who wants to create the new lots. And of course, they should be able to use the time honored method, which is to say, I have I have access via marina, or I have access via a piece of property that I have a right to use, whether it's a neighbor's property or some area that's been designated for private parking, whatever it is.
Do we have new municipals? Or not?
It's not, I guess we should have a straw poll on that. Does council want to do that now, or do you want to leave that for another time?
Can we have a straw poll now, Mr. Mayor, and move
That's
on?
what I'm
Because
asking
now's
for.
the time. Yeah, so I'm in favor of adding it.
Who wants to put it in right now?
Sure, let's put it in right now, Mr. Mayor. Can we get going here?
You're in favor, Councillor Lamb? Is that?
Yeah, I don't see it as that, those stands, quite frankly, so, yeah,
I'll add something into that.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna add something to accommodate the third. So, where are we at now? That was page
20, so we're on
20 or 12 of I see what we're looking at, a version that has,
okay, we're on page 21 of 98, or page
yeah,
12 or 13.
anything on page 21 of 98.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have two sections. I'll go through the first one. Section 8H, speaks to water supply and sewage disposal for of lots 1 hectare. A minimum lot size of 1 hectare is also noted. I'd ask for that item to be struck. And the reason I said this, I know this was spoken about at the last meeting again. Creating a lot, somebody might have the lot forever, never build on it. You might never need a water supply. With that said, if somebody chooses to build I'm sure, I think this would be very rare. If there is no water supply, they could have a holding tank. If if there's no area for a septic tank, maybe they're going to have a disposable toilet or a holding tank or something different. Why, when you create a lot, do you have to say you must show us that you can have water and you can have a sewage system? Creating a lot is not when you need that. That's what we should say when somebody's applying for a building permit, maybe, but not for lot creation. So I think section H should come right out. That's required at the building stage, not when you're creating a lot that might stay vacant forever, or somebody might just camp on, or somebody might have a seasonal cottage with a outhouse or a composting toilet. So I don't think that section should be in. So I don't know if I'd have support in removing it. Sorry, I started to go on about it. Sorry about that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I had the same thing highlighted. I don't disagree with Councillor Nash.
Jamie, you have any comment on this?
Yeah, this is. So. It's not from a planning perspective, and according to section 5124 of the Planning Act, which sets out the requirements for lot creation. That's upon which these criteria that we've listed in the plan are based upon. Is principle is that you don't create lots, keep build. So concept that I think I'm hearing is that should be an issue until you get to the building permit stage. If you get to the building permit stage, you can't build on the lot, then you create a lot you can't build on. Why are we doing that? Right? So section 51 sub 24 of the Planning Act talks about a number of matters, including the suitability of the lands for the purposes for which they're subdivided, which is creating a lot inside for rural purposes, agricultural purpose, commercial purposes. 99% of the time here it'd be for residential purposes. So yes, you need to provide justification at the time of lot creation. Create law that you need to provide justification that can service that lot appropriately. Where the 1 hectare comes from, that's the Ministry of the Environment standard, is that 1 hectare is the standard. And typically if you want to go less than 1 hectare, then you need to do a hydro-G study to demonstrate your septic system. So that's a standard approach.
Miss-
You guys can do whatever you want.
Yes,
If you make that change, the province is gonna want it back.
Is it part of 5126? Is it? You said it is?
Yeah, it's in it.
Okay, so we don't have it sounds to me like we don't have the liberty to modify it.
You can do whatever you want to do, just tell them what the province is gonna do, we'll approve your plan.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So what I'm gathering, we can ask for it to be removed because it's cottage country and not downtown Toronto. So it might be different and people might use it for camping or a trailer or hunting. There's lots of reasons people create lots up here. So if we remove it, the ministry may come back and ask us to add it in, but that's not for sure. So we can take it out and just see what the comments might come back. That's what I understand from Jamie. Right now we have Councillor Wood saying take it out, Councillor Nash saying take it out. Is there a third person to say take it out? If not, it'll remain. If so, we'll take it out if there is a third. Is there somebody else that wants it taken out or not? And then we can just move on.
I want it left in, so that's where I sit on this.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
like if someone's gonna create a lot to solely be the purpose of a hunt camp, most hunt camps, I mean, like old style, any of the hunt camps I've been to, they don't generally, unless you're right on the water's edge, have a water supply. You bring your water in. Right? The 1 hectare, that's not got me, that doesn't bother me. But I'm just saying about the The means of sewage disposal does not mean a septic system. I'm allowed to build something and have a composting toilet. Right? I'm allowed, you're still allowed to ask for an outhouse permit up here. That's what's got me, that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, folks, I understand where you're coming from, and we do in fact have lots in the municipality that people own that are not built, that are not buildable. Because they don't have, it seems to me, we a few years ago, we actually sold a little piece of property to someone who, with the clear understanding that it couldn't be built on. It's just not big enough or suitable enough.
Yep.
Property, but the person wanted it for the intent that you mentioned. The problem is that in most lots that we would create are being purchased for the purpose of building. And so, and when I say building, I'm talking not building a hunt camp, but building or tenting on it, but building a dwelling. And I guess my concern really would be, how do you signify to somebody that, yeah, you can have this lot, but it's not going to be buildable? And I think we would have to, I don't know if there's a mechanism to do this, but if we're going to do it, then we would have to have some mechanism to put on title something that lets the person know that might decide to buy it down the road, that it's not, they're not going to get or they're going to have great difficulty getting a building permit for a dwelling.
Through
Which
you,
is,
Mr.
or making it very clear to them what the permitted uses of that lot would be. I don't know if there's a way to do this, or if we're just wasting our time talking about it because we're going
Just gotta make it as.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I know we've dwelled on this for a long time. However, if we're in cottage country, I'll call it, and you're on a lake, you're obviously going to have a water supply. If you have a back lot, we'll call it, how are you going to confirm you have water supply? You're either going to say, well, I'm going to ship it in, I'm going to truck it in on a portable water tank, or you're going to have to drill a well beforehand, right? And for the septic, well, somebody's either going to say, I'm going to have an outhouse, or I'm going to have a septic system. But we all know with North Bay, if your lot is not capable of holding a normal septic system, you can apply and will be granted approval for a holding tank if your site does not hold it. So we already know this can be fulfilled. I just don't know why we have it in there if we already know it can be fulfilled. And you can make sure at the time of a building permit that they give more detail about what they're doing. I just don't understand why it's there. I don't think the ministry would make us put it in cottage country. If you're on a lake, you obviously have water. And if you're in the woods, you're obviously going to either have to drill a well or have potable water brought in. And in many cases, even though there's water on a lake, everybody's bringing their water for drinking anyways, about potable water. Right? So I think it's kind of redundant, but I haven't heard from the last two councillors if they want it in or out so we can move on.
Councillor Gray's got it in there.
I like the thought, Councillor Lynn said he wants it in, I want it in. It's up to you now.
Okay, let's leave it in. Let's leave it in. All right. Anything else on page 21 or page, well, criteria?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, one more thing. Item H. Prior to the approval of a development application, the application shall provide confirmation that arrangements have been made for the treatment and haulage for sewer to be generated from the development of a duly licensed facility. Well, again, you might have a composting toilet. You don't need this, right? We're saying this has to be done. Well, to me, it's kind of, I don't even understand why it's there. If somebody has a septic system, they need to get it pumped out. They're going to call somebody to pump it out. But again, not everybody has a septic system. Not everybody needs to get them cleaned out. We're putting something in here that doesn't even work for everybody. So I think it should come out. To me, it's common sense. You have a septic system, you're going to get it pumped out. If you don't have a septic system, you don't need it pumped out. But we say here you need to make arrangements prior to even building. Well, I could say, Joe Blow, can you tell me that you'll pump out my tank? Yep. Okay. I'm just the person making the lot. In 20 years from now, that company might not even exist. So it doesn't even hold it holds no purpose being there. So I just ask that it come out.
Is it in the
Thank you.
same category as the last one that we had, Jane?
Yes.
I don't know, seems. Once again, I understand the argument, but I don't. It seems to me that there could be situations in which that there is no appropriate mechanism. If you're on an island and there's nobody who has a barge, right?
We're gonna interrupt, but this is a pretty simple one. If people want it in, or they want it.
Okay. Who wants it removed? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bray has a question.
Yeah, and this is for Jake. I was just wondering if there's a way, like, if this is in here and somebody does come to us or come to the planning board or whoever they're going to and says, hey, look, you know, yes, we can provide arrangements because there's lots of people in the municipality who will do this. Is that what the intent is that there is the ability to do these things, or is it that they have to have them in place?
So this is a policy that I've always said, why do we do this? Why is this necessarily in OPs? And the province every time says you have to have it in there, so we put in. But
So-
if you guys wanna remove it, you take it. So I don't disagree with what Ms. Councilor Nash is saying. But
Good, I vote for it to come out. So I think that's probably great. So this one
Okay.
comes out. Let's move on.
Okay, anybody got anything else on that page? I have one actually that I noted that I don't know what the answer is. And it's item G. It says a condition of the creation of a new shoreline lot shall be that the shore road allowance be purchased. And I understand why that's there, and I don't disagree with the concept. But if you look elsewhere in the official plan, you will see various arguments why we might refuse the person the shore road allowance. So what I'm really asking you is, what if we refuse? Are we saying that unless you can purchase, you cannot create the lot if you can't purchase the shore road allowance? Is that what we're saying?
that's what that says, yeah.
And I just want the councilors to be aware of that, because, a person comes and makes an application and for some reason or other that shore road allowance involves, environmentally sensitive area, or it's being used by somebody else to access their property or whatever. And so we're saying, we're gonna say to that person, that applicant, sorry, no new lot creation, sorry, can't, because you can't purchase your shore allowance.
So what are you suggesting, that this come out?
Well, I don't know where this came from. Well, I don't know. I just wonder if there should be wording that says
Where possible.
where possible or something like that, just to make sure that
Yeah,
unless
where
you really
possible.
want to do what
Yeah,
the
and through you,
this would be.
through you, Mr. Chair, I think you've made a great point there. I think it was myself that said, if it's not closed in front of somewhere where somebody's gonna buy or somebody's gonna develop, it would make sense to have them purchase that shore road allowance, but I do think there can be some words added there where possible or in keeping with the other sections. So good catch, Mr. Mayor. I just think the ideas there just needs to be fine tuned so that if it's not able to be purchased for environmental reasons or other reasons, you can still move forward. But where possible, we're going to have them purchase it from us whenever we can, in keeping with other bylaws. So good catch, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully the planners can come up with some wording there for us.
Suggestion is on the screen, it's just that we remove the word shall in place of may. So this is just, council may put that as a condition, they may not, but.
Perfect, let's move on.
Okay. Okay, on the next page, what do we have? Exemption from standard requirements is there anything in there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I had something speaking to the septic and water, but since we voted to keep that in another section, I won't ask for it to be removed now, so I'm fine with the next page.
And hear you, speak into the mic, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I did have a comment at the bottom of page 21, the very last section, but it was speaking to this water lines and sewage systems. But since we're keeping that section in somewhere else, I'm not going to ask for it to be removed. So that's all. That I was just making a quick little comment there. So I have nothing else on page 22. Thank you.
On page 23, did you say?
Oh, 22.
Oh, okay,
Page
22.
22.
22. Oh. All right. On page 23, would be this is entitled sewage, 804.1.1, and it starts off saying this, well, it says it refers to private on-site sewage services and not expected to change. But then it starts to go on and talk about somewhere there is a thing, or there was a thing that said, well, you could get well, I guess it's been crossed out. The municipality may consider a communal sewage service where a servicing option study has been prepared. I really was hoping we would have those things in there so that we not have them excluded. Why are we excluding this and forcing us to come back and do a revision to the official plan if we want to do something where there's shared water and waste, basically?
So this is a decision the municipality is gonna have to make, but most, I'll give you an example, like the district of Muskoka, for example, requires that if someone's doing communal services, that they would have to go through an official plan amendment to do that. So the reason why municipalities are requiring OPAs for communal systems is because communal systems, if they fail, potential is that the onus is on the municipality to take those systems over, which that can bankrupt the municipality and it's cause serious problems in other jurisdictions. So the requirement of the planning perspective in the OP, and that I'm suggesting, is that put in the OP that yes, effectively what this means, OPA is required if you're doing communal services. And I don't think that's something, the type of services that the municipality wants to promote. What is a communal system? It's where you have multiple lots, like so multiple properties that are owned by individuals that are connected to a shared system. Like where you could consider it, for example, if there was a condominium and the condominium corporation had collected funds for the maintenance and repair of that system, like that might be a situation where maybe you allow communal setup. But it's not something I would recommend either. So
But
that's been removed from you.
I mean, that is what we're talking about, is a condominium arrangement. I mean, the owners of the properties in this little subdivision or whatever you want to call it are gonna, and it's not gonna be a big one, it's gonna be a small one, but they're going to have to, everybody has a share of ownership. So it is a condominium, everyone has a share of ownership in the shared facilities. And they have to maintain it and so on, and the provisions of that type of real estate arrangement would apply to it. I mean, I don't know why we would end up being liable for that, any more than we'd be liable for an individual residence. If their system fails, right? It's just, if we don't do this, we're precluding the possibility of creating attainable housing that is attainable, because it does involve shared services. I mean, that's a major component of making the housing attainable.
Yeah, through you,
Everybody has to have their own septic system. Everybody has to have their own water. Everybody's, your conventional way of building things, you're not going to be building affordable housing. Not in a community like this. Maybe in a community that is already serviced, yes, but not here, not a place like Whitestone. So I'm objecting to it, to that possibility being removed. It's all very well to say in the majority of cases, what we expect is, single family dwellings still, and they're gonna each have their own system. I get that, but if we want to do something innovative with housing, we need this. And it puts it off for a long time, because by the time we get this plan finished, it'll be gone. And we say, well, sorry, we want to do something else. And then we'll go have the whole process of opening up the official plan again to go through.
Yep, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, on this one, 100%. I could think of a whole bunch of different ideas as to why this might stop attainable housing. Especially, I always look at it as, affordable housing for seniors. If somebody could put something in around here with smaller little units, and there was one great big septic system that they had to use, but that's the kind of thing I don't think we should tie our hands up too much for the future of Whitestone, to be honest with you, Mr. Mayor. So I agree with where you're going with this. I'm pretty sure that's what you were saying there. Something along those lines.
And through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Nash, in order to update the official plan for something like this, hopefully our planners can confirm this, but this isn't going through a process like what we're doing now. This would be going through it such like you do in the city if there's a new subdivision that goes in, or if there's a high rise that goes in that's 21 stories instead of 22. This is a quick little update. They apply. It's just like one meeting, I think it is, and it's just amendment to the official plan, which is just basically saying we are now going to allow this septic system to be communal over here. And by doing that, we can ensure that we don't become liable in the future for that septic system. Am I right, Jamie, that when you're talking about an official plan amendment, it's not a big task, it's just part of the application process, just to maybe explain how that works for other councillors who might not understand that process?
I think the question for council is, do you want to allow for communal servicing without an official plan amendment? Or do you want communal servicing to just be able to proceed through the standards of the amendment and the law creation process? That's the question.
But Jamie, I think some people don't understand what you mean by official plan review or amendment. It's not the same process that we're going through now, correct? I think it's a lot simpler when you're doing an amendment like that. And I hope you can just kind of outline to members of council what that update process would look like compared to what we're doing now, how it's an easier process. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it would be a site-specific application process with an individual, with a meeting, public meeting, and just your standard, similar process with the zoning amendment, which you may be more familiar with. The question for council is, community servicing, OPA or no OPA? What do people want?
What does the official plan amendment bias? I don't really understand. What is it?
It's a higher level of review. It's all
But you already have things in that would say somewhere that the, any such system has to be designed by a licensed professional engineer in this case. It has to be, I mean, there's a whole bunch of hurdles. It is a subdivision for sure, and there's a whole bunch of hurdles to go
What
through.
it would mean, the difference would be that there's no public meeting required for plan of subdivision anymore. There is a public meeting required for rezoning, so the site was already zoned for this use. And they wanted to do communal services. If you don't require an OPA, there's no public process. They could do it. If they met the zoning requirements, right? If you make it a requirement for an OPA, then at least then there is a public process. If they want to create a communal service, there's still an approval process through the plan of subdivision process. If they were going through the lot creation piece of it, that makes sense. But yeah, again, the question is OPA or no OPA?
Councilor Bray, you wanted to.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, in listening to you, Jamie, I'm just a little bit confused. So would these be individual lots with communal services or one big lot that has something like 5 units, 5 row houses with a communal?
Individual lots.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm fine.
And again, it's struck here. What the track changes was from last time was that we struck it out, so. So it's saying right now, you don't need an OPA. The way it's drafted right now from the last meeting is that you don't need an OPA for immune system. Struck it, right? It's not there.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a quick question?
I read it exactly the other, now I'm looking at my red line version, which is, but
All section 1.1 says here, like 8.04.1.1, the top one.
yeah.
Let's go 8 point. Give it to me again,
04.1.1 on the screen
okay.
at the top.
Yeah.
It says development in the municipality. All development in municipalities on individual on-site sewage services. This is not expected to change when the official plan is in effect. That's all it says. Period.
Okay, yeah,
So like,
so I'm,
well, clarity, I could say development proposed by community servicing shall not require an official plan amendment. Or the municipality supports development on communal or individual servicing, I could say that. So again, the question is like, do you want communal servicing or not?
well, I've already said, yes, that is what I want, that's why I raised the issue, but if the majority of council does not want it and wants to go through a planning process, it wants to go through an official amendment to the plan, it just.
So that's where this section is highlighted right now, 8.03.15 says the municipality may consider communal sewage services where a servicing option study has been prepared. A qualified consultant that includes a communal system is appropriate. So I think that's what you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, that was my issue, was that those things have been crossed out and the.
So I think I also heard from Councillor Woods that he also wants that.
He
I
does.
just, yeah, Mr. Mayor,
But I
through you,
think-
I just wanna, like, if we had a piece of property that we could identify where we could have a small, development for, I'm thinking more seniors, because I know a lot of seniors that don't need the big house anymore, but don't necessarily want to leave, can't afford to buy something here, don't want to share their house, they sell it. If there was a small place that they could move into that had communal services, yeah, I think that would be something that we should try and look towards. And I don't want to see us, tie ourselves up in, if we have to put an extra year or two passing an OP amendment in the future before we could get something like that done.
Okay, so we're talking about putting 8.03 1.5 back in, right?
Yeah.
We've got two, I'll be the third. Let's move on. I think Councilor Bray said she was in favor too, so. But are we okay with that? Before that, I had, and maybe I'm misreading, but 8.0412, the second paragraph down on this page. I circled and a well, like, why do they need a well? They could draw water from the lake. Why is that in? It says, land division authority must be satisfied that you can have a well. Like,
We'll change that to water supply.
water supply is a lot better than a well.
Yeah,
And as long as the septic system could also be a holding tank, right?
Can't do old tanks. I mean, you can only, from a building code perspective, and I'm not a building code expert, but they'll only consider holding tanks on existing situations.
Yeah.
But from a new law perspective, holding tanks are not.
Okay, thank you. Then I don't need to change that. But we're gonna change
True.
the well or take it out or do something. Water supply.
Changes.
Through you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I might, Councillor Nash. Thank you. I was just in touch with North Bay Mattawa since reviewing this, and I'm not sure why we're saying that holding tanks are not allowed. They told me right on the phone to me that if a lot cannot house a septic tank, that holding tanks are permitted. I was speaking about Lake Wawashkesh, and they said that holding tanks are permitted if another source for septic is not permitted. That came from North Bay Mattawa this week. I'm not sure why we're saying holding tanks aren't allowed.
You may have misunderstood, but that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about new law creation. On new law creation, they won't permit new lots to have holding tanks. Existing situations, like if you have a small island, for example, they would permit a holding tank.
Yeah, well, I was asking them about, sorry, Jamie, I was asking them about, well, it would have included lot creation. If there is no septic system anywhere and a lot is done, according to them, a holding tank is still allowed if for elevation reasons you can't put a tank in. So I think we should be careful on that wording, personally.
that's if the lot already exists. Not if but we can't create ones that want to go, that are intended from the outset to have a holding tank, because there's no place to put a septic system, or no place to put a septic tank, or no ability to pump it, or whatever.
I personally think you're incorrect on that, Mayor. If that's the case, that would mean that Lake Wawashkesh could never get another lot pretty much if we go with the septic system height that is being requested, 3 meters or 10 feet higher than what's there now. And according to North Bay, you can still ask for a holding tank even on a new lot. That's what I keep saying. So I think we need that to be confirmed before we say it for sure. And what number exactly is this, Councillor Lamb, that you're speaking to? 8.04 point what? I'm just trying to find the exact wording here.
1.2,
1.2, yeah.
where it says accommodate both a well and septic.
Yeah, and the well word.
It should be a well and septic systems, I think, or system, or whatever,
Both water supply and septics.
and septic system.
Very good.
Oh, okay, you crossed it out and then put it back in, okay, right, water system, right.
Okay, are we done then with, what are we up to now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if nobody else has anything, I think it's the very last item on the page that we were just talking to. Page 23 or page 15 of the official plan, 8.04.1. It speaks to servicing options report for hydrological report should be required for applications for the creation of 5 or more lots. And I think it should just read for the creation of an application with 5 or more lots. Just recently at the planning board, there was a situation that somebody had done some lots several years back, and this was a new application, so it was considered to be a separate lot. However, the municipality felt that if you added all the lots that were done together, it would have been over 5, and asked that individual to do something, and that item ended up at the OLT, and it was settled outside of it. So I think it's very important here that we say an application with 5 or more lots, just so everybody understands. This is if you're applying for an area with 5 or more lots, you need this done. And I would even, I'm all done,
I don't
sorry.
understand, are you trying to take out the word application for, or what are you trying to do?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it would read like this. So servicing options, reports, and hydrological reports should be required for the application for the creation of an application with 5 or more lots. So I'm adding after the creation of, and then adding in the words an application with 5 or more lots on individual on-site sewer services, or where fewer than 5 lots on individual on-site sewage systems are proposed.
I don't understand, you're applying for an application to create, to,
5 or more yeah, I just want it to be clear that, like I said, in the planning board, somebody had done, I'm making up a number now, 3 lots 10 years ago, and we're doing 3 lots in 2025, and the municipality came back and said, well, you did 3 before, now you're doing 3 again. That's 6 lots. Now you have to go through and do all this. And that was taken to the OLT along with some other terms that were in it. And it was settled out of court, and that item was removed because it wasn't a total of 6 lots. It was a total of 3 lots because it was done at the time of the application. The 5 is not concurrent in adding, if you know where I'm going. That just needs to be
the
clarified.
applications are separate. This is for an individual application, right?
That's all I'm trying to say is we as a municipality need to understand if somebody comes and does 3 lots every single year, they can do 20 lots and they won't need to do this no matter what. And you can't come down the road and say, oh, you've done 5 lots now you have to do this, because each application is considered brand new. So that's all I'm saying, to have the word an application with 5 or more lots. But I think the planners understand what I'm trying to say, and I hope they update it appropriately.
Okay, we're finished with 23?
I think we are.
And just when we're finishing it, I just want to make sure that we all understand that with this point here, everybody is going to need to get a hydrological study because of the last sentence in it, just to make sure we're all aware. Where fewer than 5 lots on individual on-site sewage services are proposed. So anybody doing a septic system or a lot creation is going to have to go through this whole process of a hydrological report. I don't think it should be like that. I think it should only be when there are more than 5 lots, but for some reason we've added or an individual services where fewer than 5 lots on individual on-site sewage services are proposed. So does everybody on council understand that everybody's going to have to do these reports no matter what now? So I'm not sure, maybe Jamie, you can explain why we've added the word where fewer than 5 lots are now. Thank you.
For what we're doing in the plan previously, which isn't changed, that if you're fewer than 5 lots, you're on an individual system, you create more than 4,500 meters at that point per day, then you need this instead. And that's what we're creating over. Some tweaks to the wording. No change in the current position.
Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt there. I'm having a hard time hearing Jamie clearly. I don't know. Maybe anybody else on the line on Zoom think that.
Yeah, maybe,
You know,
If-
so like,
yeah,
speak right in. Is that better now?
yeah, it is actually. You're a little bit far away from it, yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's much
Yeah,
better.
Yeah, and Jamie, I know you said you didn't change anything. This section before was only for plans of subdivision, only for plans of subdivisions. We've totally recreated this with the new wording you've done. Before it read, in accordance with Planning Act regulations, any plan of subdivision that would permit 5 or more lots on privately owned and or operated individual septic wells and or, and it kept going on. But we're not talking about a plan of subdivision anymore. We're adding this for the general public. So before it was, if it was a plan of subdivision, this is what you needed to do, even if that plan of subdivision was less than 5 lots. So we've totally changed it, even though you just said we haven't changed it. We've totally,
First
we've-
part of the section, and let's talk about the last section, which is what we're focusing on. You're totally misconstruing what it said.
okay. Section 8.04.1, you said you hadn't changed anything there. Am I not, am I incorrect on that?
I think we can move on here.
Okay.
Not what I said. We were talking about the last part of this, the last sentence.
This is
Yeah, but-
8.04.16 we're on.
Okay.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor,
No,
I really don't appreciate getting cut off by our planner and you not
Okay.
saying he's out of, Mr. Mayor, don't. And you not saying he's out of order. I have the right to say what I want. I have the right to reply. He can reply when he's done, not to cut me off. And Mr. Mayor, you should have said he's out of order for doing that. This is ridiculous. Going back to this section, I don't care if this takes till 10 o'clock at night, 8.04.1. Our planner said he didn't really change it. I'm using some words there. Where fewer than 5, he's saying he didn't change the meaning there, but it is because it's the meaning of that entire section. That entire section before was meant for subdivisions. Now it's not meant for subdivisions, it's meant for everybody. And before, as I said, it was talking about 5 or more lots for subdivisions or 5 or less lots for subdivisions. Now we're saying this is for anybody. Any consent that's done, you have to do a hydrological study. I don't agree with that. I'm sure others don't agree with that. It's when you read the fine print in the wording, how special words have been changed, it really changes things. So I'm asking our planner now, who has the time to reply, why would have we changed this from a plan of subdivision with 5 or more lots or 5 or less lots to anybody having to do this? When did we say that in our last meeting? When was that discussed? How did that get updated to this? Can you please explain that, Jamie?
Mr. Mayor, can I say something real quick here?
Our planner is responding,
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I couldn't hear anybody talking.
These changes were made before the last meeting, not after the last meeting.
Well,
What the change is that previously it did apply to plans of subdivision, where the change was made to say more than 5 lots, whether you're doing a subdivision or whether you're doing sent application for more than 5 lots, doesn't matter what form of, what vehicle you're using to create the lots, it's the number of lots that triggers the need for the study, not the vehicle of lot creation. That's what it should be. Prior to the last.
so, but Councillor Nash's assertion was that everybody has to do a hydrological servicing options report and hydrogeological report. Regardless of how many lots they're creating, I don't see that interpretation. The only the things that would trigger this are creating more than 5 lots at once. However, you would do that, which for up to me, of course, would be by subdivision, but anyway. Or you're creating fewer than 5 lots and you're generating more than 4,500 liters of effluent per day. So if you don't meet one or both of those two criteria, then you do not in fact have to do a servicing options report or a hydrogeological report. Am I correct in saying that, Amy? Okay.
Yeah, through you, Mr.
Councillor Woods, you were next, I think.
I was trying to say, Mr. Mayor, I think there was some confusion at the onset of this as to what paragraph. And it was the last paragraph on page 23. And there's a continuation line on page 24 at the top of the page. That's all I was trying to say.
Yes. Yeah, there is. That's where the 4,500 liters comes in.
Yeah.
So if I can move on to the next one, which.
Just for another question on that. What
Sorry, go ahead.
would represent 4,500 liters of effluent? How big of a, what's the average house?
I don't know.
I just-
Building code so I don't know how many fixtures or how many bathrooms that would result in that.
Okay.
That's quite a lot of effluent for a single family dwelling.
Right, which is what I was thinking,
Unless
Mr.
you've got, a 20-room house and you got a bathroom in each one. No, I'm just kidding. There'd have to be a lot of people, a lot of residents in it. The next one, which seems to be 8.04.1.7. Is that?
Are we finished with one we're discussing now? Do we know what we're doing?
Maybe I should ask that.
But I'm confused because it all comes down to what the interpretation is, right? If this is more than 5 lots in any sort of situation, then I'm okay with the study. But if it's 1 lot or 2 lots, I don't think they should have to go through that. Which I think is the point, Councillor Nash.
Yeah, unless they are producing more than 4,500 liters of effluent a day.
Yeah.
That's the criteria.
That's an awful lot.
That's the only one that would trip in if it was smaller than.
Okay. Are we on page 24?
On 24, we have, sorry, on 20, at the top of page,
Well, let's go through. I have something on page 24.
yeah, I was just gonna say, if you look at the first thing is 8.04.1.7, which is back We need to go back, whoever is controlling the slides here, sorry. You had it up there a second ago, but we'll just go back.
Sorry, that's Jamie who's doing it.
Hmm?
That's Jamie running the screen. He's just
Oh.
getting to it.
Can you
go back
Can
a-
you go back to the previous? I just wanted you to notice that it's, sorry, back again, right there. That at the very top, 8.04.1.7. Would you not need to remove that? Based on what we just decided about communal service? No.
Yes.
It says an amendment to this plan, right?
And likely just.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's. I noticed on the same page, under water supply, we've got the hydrogeological study again for a land division proposing more than 5 lots, but I guess that's. If we're gonna do it for septic, we don't need it for water supply, right? Then at the bottom of page 24, 8.04.2.4, again, I think is one that says an amendment to this plan, right?
I have a comment on,
You know,
8 the 04.1, is that where, can I comment on that?
sure, yeah, I'm sorry, we got,
About the septic system education and that paragraph. I don't, there were several things in all these emails that I got about some lake associations and others wanting mandatory septic inspection, right? So I think this is the area to talk about my own ideas on this are that, I think we really need to, next year's budget, put a lot of money into this, and I support a program where if a inspection is $400, just to pick a number, that maybe we have a system in our budget to say, if you get an inspection of your system, we'll support you up to $200 or $100, $300, whatever, right? We can play with the figures, but to support the voluntary commitment to get their septic systems, so check that. So I also think that we could probably come up with some sort of, maybe this isn't in the official plan, maybe it's the zoning bylaw or somewhere else, but we could make it mandatory that if a home or a cottage sells and changes ownership, the system is more than 20 or 25 years old, that we require a recertification of that system. So that's kind of middle ground in this thing, and that's where I think we should be heading to, is not mandatory, but supporting monetarily, and also where you sell your place could trigger something, because we get notification in the office of a change of ownership, and we would require a certification of some sort. So maybe that's a discussion we have at budget time or whatever, or you put something like that in the plan, I guess is my question.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, if I might.
Well, hold on, I was asking a question of James.
he wanted a response from the planner, and
Yeah, I don't think it's really something we should include in the OP.
Okay, well, as long as we bear in mind as we go forward to budget time. Thank you.
Is there,
Through you, Mr.
sorry, I
Chair,
just
if I'm-
wonder if Jamie could elaborate, why do you think we shouldn't include it? Does it not belong in the official plan? I mean,
I just think it's outside the scope.
hmm?
I just think it's outside the scope of the.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because we could pass a bylaw anytime to do this without. Well, it doesn't, not, they can't turn around and say your bylaw is invalid because it's not in the official plan, can they? No, that's what I thought. So you wanted to make a comment, Councillor Nash?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. I'm actually really surprised at the comments we just heard from Councillor Lamb on this. I've heard so many times that Councillor Lamb, sorry about this, Councillor Lamb, is against septic inspections. This septic inspection voluntary review has been in the official plan for 2015, since 2015, and council before my time has never acted on it, never done anything. It's there just as a placeholder to make people sound good. We've tried several times to suggest it and been shot down behind the scenes that a septic system, voluntary system might be good. We are trying to do it with the Environmental Stewardship Committee, last council and again this council. Voluntary septic system inspections is a great and fantastic idea. However, council has to put money aside for it. To say that we've all been educated on septic so many times, and to say that when a lot is sold, you should do this, to me, is totally inappropriate. Septic systems can be 2 years old and failing, or 50 years old and working fine. It's all on how they're maintained, and that's the bottom line of it. So to say you're going to have to do this when you sell a house is not something you'd say. You'd have to end up saying, let's do a mandatory septic inspection program that at year 10, your lot gets inspected. At year 20, your lot gets inspected. If anybody's selling a house, any right purchaser would have already said, as part of the purchasing of this, I'm going to do a septic inspection program and I'm going to check to make sure my septic system's working. That's not what we're going for here. If somebody plans on never selling their cottage, they just skirt the system. So if council is really interested and just doesn't want to make it sound good in a septic system inspection program, we need to enter a mandatory septic inspection program based on the number of years and do the lots, just like they have in Muskoka or Seguin. And this will cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to maintain and do. But if we want to do it, and as council's idea is in favor of doing a septic system thing that is mandatory, then let's do it. And if not, let's honestly put some money aside in the budget this year for septic system voluntary inspection programs, which we can enter with North Bay Mattawa if we give them a certain amount of money and we enter into a memorandum of understanding with them. They would come out and inspect systems for us if we did enough in a year. That's what we should do for the voluntary. A year and a half ago, in the last budget, not this one, there was $10,000 or $15,000 put aside that I pushed and pushed and pushed for, and Councillor Wood supported, for $15,000 of water testing and an item like this. And do you know how much of that water testing money was spent by staff? $0. Nothing was done. We had money there, but it was never spent because behind the scenes, people didn't really want it done. Let's get off our butts if we want these things done and not talk about it and do them, or do a voluntary one and have it work and not just make it sound good when we're doing a speech. That's all. Sorry for my rant here, but I just don't understand it. That's all. Thank you.
Well, we're debating something that already has been decided it should be in the plan, and now you spend 4 or 5 minutes debating something that may come to council and you're free to debate it at that point, right? I was trying to find some middle ground here, and that's what I proposed, but it's not for discussion today. So let's move on.
Councilor Bray?
Yeah, I'm happy with what's still in here about the voluntary, let's just move on.
Okay, so the plan is just leave it the way it is then?
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right. I'm not. I'd love to have this discussion, but today's not the day.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, you know, it's a big subject, okay? It's bigger than. Yeah, another time.
let's just move on.
So is there anything else on page 24 that you talk about? Hearing none. It looks to me like on page 25 at the top that 8.04.2.5 is a repeat of something that has already been said separately in two places, once in respect of water and once in respect of sewer, and now we have it in respect of both because it's talking about MOECC guidelines. Am I missing something?
8.02.5.
0.5, it's at the top of page 25 of the line.
Page 17 of yours. Of the plan.
8.04.
0.2.5, previous page. Previous swap one, yeah, right there. Talks about MOECC D series guidelines. Is that, haven't we already said?
This one's talking about multi-lot development. This is currently in your plan today.
No.
Okay, I don't understand. I thought we,
The previous one was about if you want to create a single lot, it's less than 1 hectare. Like, I think that previous section likely would apply in both scenarios. So you could probably take this one out.
okay, I'm just saying, is it a repeat? If it isn't a repeat, I don't, and that's just when I read it, I thought, hey, we already said that.
But I would think this here is already.
But maybe, you know, yeah, if it has some legitimate purpose, don't throw it away. Let's see what it is. Anything else on page 25? How about page 26? Anything on 26? Councilor Bray?
Yes, it's the last one for municipal road, it says the municipality, it's 9.01.5, supports the continued expansion.
9.015, okay, yeah.
They've got highways 400, 6911, but I think we should put in highway 124.
Well, the expansion, you want to make it 4 lanes?
No, not expansion, continued expansion, but I mean, continued, updating. Where, do we have that in it somewhere? I just don't know, maybe I missed it.
You want me to change it to expansions and improvements of?
Yes,
Yeah,
and if you're putting it in there, it's in there 6911. If you're gonna put 124, you better put 520 also.
yeah.
Yep.
I agree.
So
Yeah,
69, 11.
124 or 520.
Well, and I think through you, Mr. Mayor, I think what this section was talking about is that we support, as was said, the expansion of these highways to 4 or 6 or 8 lanes, 469 and 11. If we're going to change it and it's not expansion to continued maintenance of, I think we have to list all the highways in the area. So I think it was good the way it was, because this is saying we want to see widening and things done to highways 469 and 11, which is something that we just talked about at one of the council meetings. And I think we passed a resolution, let's get the highway expanded north of Perry Sound. That's kind of what this is talking to. It's not talking about general maintenance, right?
Well, why can't we just add something like and/or improvements and move, you know? Those expansions are in there.
Not that I,
520 to me is a mess, right? Yeah.
not that I don't support the intent of this, but is it an appropriate thing for an official plan for us to be talking about what we think the province should do in terms of four laning the major roads that don't go through our municipality?
It's the only real purpose this section serves is that if you're being asked by the province on any issue related to these highways, you've got a policy that you can say,
Yeah.
yeah, we support expansion and we support improvements to these highways. That's really the only, like, does it need to be in the plan, this section? No, it doesn't need.
Actually, I realize I made a mistake that in 9.01.1, they already talked about 124 and 512. Maintenance and upgrading, so sorry, I take that back.
Which one is, sorry,
First one on provincial highways, 9.01.1, it already talks about that.
Oh.
yeah,
All right,
Okay,
I think that.
so leave it as is.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
let's move on. to the next.
well, yeah, I just have a question. We have 9.01.2, which is, I realize this is an old thing that's been there, but an entrance would be required to have a minimum frontage that's twice the standard for a rural lot. And then I think 9.01.3, which talks about building and land use permits being required from the Ministry of Transportation. It says new lot frontages may be determined by the Ministry of Transportation. So frontages on provincial highways are entirely controlled by the Ministry of Transportation, and we don't have any say in those. Am I not correct? Jamie?
I'm gonna guess this policy came from the last time we did the official plan, and it's likely, we're talking about 9.01.
Yeah, 9.
Yeah, I'm guessing where it came from last time was when they updated the plan. Private comments related to frontages on the roads.
But it seems like, I don't know, I thought, it almost looked to me like there's a conflict in between 9.0.
All 9.1 is saying is that, hey folks, if you're getting building permits along that road, you're also gonna need MTO approval from that. You're gonna need permits, you're gonna need entrance permits, you're gonna need sign. That's what this is saying. Just because you meet all of our requirements as a municipality, doesn't guarantee you success from the MTO. That's what this is.
Okay. So are we good with 26?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, it's Councillor Nash. I just had a quick question, and it was simply, I just noticed the time was 12:30. Do you know when we'll be breaking for a quick lunch?
I think we should have a working lunch.
Yeah, the suggestion that I'm getting is that we should have a working lunch given the fact that the meeting, our planner has to leave at 3:00. So,
That would be fine for me, but
take a break if you're ready for maybe.
Yeah. Could we get a
10
20-minute,
minutes long enough to get to lunch and then we'll come back. How about that?
yeah, could we do 15 minutes, Mr. Mayor, please?
Okay. 15.
Coming back at 1:45.
Thank you.
Are they back?
Yes.
Uh,
And I'm just, I think this is.
do you have Councillor Nash, do you?
I believe so. Councillor Nash, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys all fine. Hopefully we all had a good break. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Woods, you back?
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to get started. Very short break here because we'll have to take another one at 3 o'clock. So, and where we are at the moment is on page 2798. Under major roads, I just have a question. There's 9.03.2. Is that another clause that was requested by MTO, do you think, or? As my note said when I saw it, I said, well, that's really our jurisdiction, right?
For which part of 9.032, the fact that that section's even in there?
Yeah,
I do know, I would assume, like, I would be speculating, but I think it's a reasonable assumption that that was put in by MTO. I know
Okay.
one of the MTO requirements, their access guidelines is minimizing access points onto provincial highways where you can get access off of.
all right. No particular issue, I guess, with it. Anybody have anything on page 27? That's a break.
Yes, I do have 9.04.4, at the bottom of the page of 27. I'm just curious as to, the change prior to approval, the municipality may require an assessment. And how do we figure that out? Like, is that something that comes in the zoning bylaws? As opposed to shall?
This is natural heritage.
Yeah, so to worship the idea here is that you're still on the road allowance, it's that gives council some flexibility here to require an assessment of the national heritage features before they consider the disposition of the sale of those roads.
So we're not, weakening our abilities. We're saying we're giving ourselves flexibility. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, sorry, the overall point of the section too is, I guess it's not just sales. If someone's gonna use it or improvements are gonna be made to it, gives you the ability. Ask for, require anyone.
Councillor Bray, what line item is it again? I think I misplaced it here. Thank you.
Yeah, it was 9.04.4. For me, it's at the bottom of page 27. The one more after that.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? If there's nothing on 28, on 29. At the very top, I was looking at this one, 9.04.6, which is we won't sell a shore road, we won't, sorry, not a shore road, we won't sell a road allowance leading to water. And there are a couple of things here, but there is one other situation in which we have sold a road allowance that leads to water, and that is if the road allowance can't be used to access the water virtue of the fact that, there's either no way it's landlocked, there's no way to get on it, or there's no way to get off it, no practical way to get off it onto the water body at the other end. So, I mean, I guess if it were, and if this is, I don't know if this, was this added or it's in blue? What does that mean? Was it added at some recent time or was it there before?
Or it came to council as.
Why, do you know? Where did it come from?
Basically setting a policy about if you're not selling road allowances, it could be used for public access.
No, I agree with that, and I thought that was
You
all,
want something added in. It's not capable of being used for public access. So.
yeah, that was all because we have in fact done that before, I know. Told that if it couldn't, as a practical matter, it couldn't be used for anything.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree with what you're trying to say, that maybe the wording can be fine-tuned for an instance like that. So thank you for noticing that. Thank you.
Okay, so anything on page 29? How about page 30?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have one item on page 30. It's 9.06.5, page 30, or 22 of our official plan. And
Can you just repeat that number again?
9.06.5.
yeah, correct. And my question is, but it's more of a comment. I think the planners have only made minor adjustments to this, which is fine, but right now we talk about new lots that are created on existing private right-of-ways will be required to enter into an agreement. And I just hope that we have this for also waterfront lots, because I know right now, if you have a back lot, you have to sign something to say that the road might not be accessible at times. We kind of forget to do that on properties that are not water access. They might be waterfront lots, but not water access lots. So I just want to make sure we're treating everybody the same, that this is a requirement where it says any lots that are created on existing private right-of-ways. I just want to make sure we all understand this is for all lots, if I understand, Jamie, right? Correct?
They're on.
Okay, thank you.
Not sure what that was, but. We're
Can you not hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Well, on. Did you finish, Councilor Nash?
Yes, I just thought you said you weren't sure what that was, so I wasn't sure if you could hear me or not for the last item. That was all. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No, I heard you, but the response from our planner was that he didn't really understand what the issue was that you were talking about.
Yeah, no, and again, I'll just refresh it really quickly. All it is I want to make sure when we say any new lots, we're referring to any new lot that has a roadway, because we treat lots with a back lot for a road right now different than a waterfront lot with the road, and what requirements we need them to sign in a 5126. So I just want to make sure it's the same for all property owners, waterfront road access or backlot road access. That's what all I was trying to say. Thank you.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, it applies to anything that's, yes, it does.
Okay, yeah, the answer is yes, it does. Under 9.06.4, I see a reference to a condominium road, and I see it again down at section 9.06.7 has been added. Do we have a definition of a condominium road? Like this is, this is getting at an issue that's had a lot of discussion in this council or well, since I've been on it. And the issue is that roads keep getting, these private roads keep getting extended as more people create lots. But there isn't necessarily any mechanism to ensure that the users of the road are actually contributing to its maintenance. Some may refuse to do it and whatever. And indirectly, that results in pressure on us to assume the road. Which we'd like to avoid, you know, does that mean that we can make some requirement that in fact, if you're gonna create a new lot, that lot has to participate in the maintenance of the road? Is that something we can do?
No, the municipality has no ability to require, again, like it's really a civil matter on whether somebody participates or doesn't participate in a road association. It's not something that municipalities can get involved in. Historically, that's one of the arguments. There's arguments for allowing new development and new lot creation on private roads. There's arguments against allowing new lot creation on private roads. One of the arguments against allowing new lot creation on private roads would be sort of exacerbating the situation that you're talking about. I think we dealt with that issue at the last council meeting, and this council wanted to allow. So there's no mechanism in the OP or through the planning process to absolutely require somebody to enter into maintenance requirements and maintenance agreements on existing private roads.
Okay, so can you then explain to me what is the meaning of 9.06.7? Says the municipality may consider new roads as common elements under the Condominium Act. That sounds like a mechanism for us to.
You could do that. The municipality could, there could be condominiums established and condominium roads established, which is a mechanism to require, like the condo agreement and the condo documents would require people to pay for the upkeep of the road, and it becomes a common element in those situations. So that could happen, but the municipality, as council through the last meeting, determined that it was my understanding that they were supportive of development on private roads in the future without the requirement of.
Okay, so, all right. Yeah, and I mean, I think that's a fair, I can accept that that's the consensus of council, unless councilors want to speak up otherwise at the moment, but you couldn't go back retroactively and do it anyway, right? You'd have to do it when you create, in the beginning, when you create the road to start with, it seems to me, right? You can't say, oh, guess what? There's 10 users of this private road. We're gonna make it a condominium road, right?
Well, all the users agreed and said, hey, let's make a condominium so we get our ducks in order for future generations, they could do that. But you can't compel them.
Okay. All right. So. Anybody else have any comments, but? There's a reference here that says have a registered right of way or some form of legal access. What other form of legal access is there? A registered right of way or an easement is, it seems to me that's all there is, right?
Yeah, I can't think of another
Or oral agreements in respect of land are worthless, right? Law 100. There's law 100. Okay, yeah, well, I don't know. And
That's
not-
you,
I just don't know what other form of legal access. I don't want to hold this up all day. I'll just.
Councilor Nash wants to say something.
Counselor Nash?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All I was trying to say was you'd asked about the definition, or not definition.
Get to the mic, Scott, we're having a hard time.
Oh, is that better?
No?
Is that better?
No?
Oh, sorry. My earpiece had fallen out. Sorry, it wasn't near me. I apologize. This is for
Can't hear you.
Sorry, you're 10-1, Counselor Nash.
there. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I took my earpiece out. Sorry about that, everybody. I was just saying, when it comes to other forms of legal access, it could be over Crown land, it could be over our one of our road allowances. There's other ways, and that's what we said for back laws. I think that's where the terminology came from. When we said it for other forms
It's hard, we can't understand you, Scott.
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
that particular clause came from an official plan amendment referring to the backlog developments.
No, I mean, I understand that we have debated this and accepted it. I'm not arguing against the concept. I was just curious as to what other means of right of way there is. Anyway, but putting that aside, can we move to page 31? Is there anything? Or 32?
Keep it going.
33.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me? Can you hear me better now? Perfect, sorry. I tried to fix something there. I did have a comment on 31. I think it's very small, so if everybody doesn't mind turning back to that, 9.08.3. And it reads, the part of the shore allowance identified as having an environmental feature may be retained by the municipality. And then it says, period. Prior to approval, the municipality will require an assessment by a qualified professional. And I'm just wondering, when we use the word, Jamie, prior to approval, what are we speaking to? Should that word maybe not be selling instead of approval? Thank you.
We're okay with either. I think the council has to approve the sale of the shore road allowance. I think that's.
Okay. That makes total sense then, Jamie. Thank you. Sorry about that. And one other item I'd like to add to the shore road allowance. I think we spoke about it at the last meeting, but I don't see it here. Maybe we just had discussion about it. But after 9.08.5, I think there should be a specific item in here for Lake Wawashkesh. And I think what we have to say is what the water elevation level is when calculating the shore road allowance for purchase, because as was been told on council in the past, people are using the water level sometimes the day they do it. So if they do it in May, it would be different than if they did it in September. So I think we should use and note it here, the elevation that we consider to be the regular high water mark, which I'm assuming would be the top of the dam. But I think we should add a section in here just to speak to that, Jamie, that for Lake Wawashkesh, what is considered the high water mark when calculating the shore road allowances. I'm not sure what others feel about that, but I know that's come up in conversation since I've been on council a couple of times. I'm not talking about septics or building, just talking about the elevation we use when purchasing or selling
the shore road allowances to citizens. Thank you.
The only thing I want to is for the background on that personally, what I am aware of, and what I guess I'm getting at is that might be a question for your municipal lawyer about where the shore road allowance begins and starts on those lakes based on the high water mark piece. I just know in the Jordan Bay context that there's a lot of case law and history about where folks own to based on water levels and survey. I think that's
Okay.
is that anyone planning the survey. So.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. That would bylaw item. Makes sense. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Councillor Nash, you're breaking, you keep breaking up. To go, well, yeah, I mean, there is a fair bit of history on this, but the surveyors, who survey the shore road allowances, they base it on the high water mark, which is controlled by a dam. And over the years, there have been different, Councillor Nash is correct, there have been over the years, different amounts of, but not, I wouldn't say recently, the dam's been there since 2005. And the sill height of the dam is 225 meters of sea level, with the exception of, there's a notch in it to allow some water to flow most of the time, but down the river, so the river doesn't try to pull the dam, but that takes it down. At the bottom of the notch is 224.5. But I don't know why you would put that, because I mean, I don't believe there's any confusion on the part of surveyors, and we don't. It's not the individual applicant who goes up, walks along and says, I think this is how much shoreline you have. When they apply to purchase it, our planner can confirm this, but we get somebody to go and check out what the.
I guess my point was that I'd be cautious putting a number in the individual plan unless we got some sort of advice to do that.
And
I guess
Mayor, can you hear me better now? Sorry
Yes.
for the technical difficulties. Thank you for that explanation. All I was trying to say is that I totally agree with what you just said there. It was just in one of the applications this year, we were told they used the existing high water mark of the level of the water when they did the survey. That's what our planner or planning department, it might have been the planning assistant, told us. That's why I'm saying not all surveyors are using the height of the dam. That's why I wanted something in here. But as Jamie said, maybe that's not something that goes in here, but maybe we do it in our zoning bylaw, that everybody understands. So the surveyors understand that's the high water mark. If you're going to be measuring for Lake Washkesh, that's the mark you use. That's the land we're selling. So there is no mistake, because we've been told in the last year that that's not how they measured the high water mark. That was all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else in this section? On page 32 at the moment. Anybody have anything there? Let's keep moving. All right, page 33. I'm curious about what item 10.02.3 means. It says, as a condition of development or redevelopment on one of the municipality's water bodies, council will attempt preserve or expand upon public access to that lake. So it says as a condition of development, which means that if, well, I'm gonna ask I'm gonna ask whoever wrote this, what does that mean? Does it mean we can hold up an application on the grounds that it's not, they're not expanding upon public access to the lake?
So this policy is in your plan currently, but all I can speak to is speculate on why it exists based on based on my planning experience. But this is under the parkland section in the OP. I think what you're getting at it, what it's getting at is that as a condition of development. So if you are creating new lots, for example, or if there's a requirement for cash of parkland or parkland dedication to the municipality, there could be a requirement if someone's doing a large subdivision, for example, to dedicate land to the municipality, it could be used to preserve or expand on public access. So to add to the public access or to create a new public access, or it could be to use the cash in lieu to improve the existing. I think it's
Oh, it's kind of a statement as we will look to using parkland dedication fees and so on to preserve or expand public access. Is that,
not just the fee, but we could.
yeah, or the dedication of land, yeah. Is that your, okay, I don't have an issue with it, I was just curious as to what it meant. All right, what else? Anybody got something on 24? I have a question, and again, it looks like this is something that came from the existing plan, so maybe 11.01.1, which is housing and special land uses general. And it says other forms of multi-unit residential dwellings may be permitted in the appropriate designation by rezoning and subject to all other applicable policies of this plan. So I'm not sure I understand what that means. Appropriate designation and rezoning, what zone do we have that accommodates this?
I think what it's getting at is that if you're doing multiple unit residential zoning, appropriate designation would likely be the Selman area designation. And if you don't have zoning in that designation that permits multi-unit development, the section saying you gotta rezone. Allow for it.
Okay. All right, so I guess this is just a big to me, if I can remember that when we get to the zoning bylaw, we probably should make sure that we do in fact have that we can't accommodate that in that zoning, right? Because I'm not sure that we have a zoning that accommodates multi-unit dwellings.
I don't get this consideration when we
Yeah.
update your zoning bylaw. And the bylaws updated on whether or not, yes, rezone lands to allow for multi-unit buildings as of right, or you don't.
Okay, anything else on 34? How about 35? Sorry.
This may be for another discussion, maybe, but I'm just wondering if cohabitation, it's in any of these things, you know, where you have, four people who own quarter of whatever, they share some similar services and similar space, but they all have their own individual and their own title. I've seen it happen, I've seen in different places. Is that possible?
Through the OP, yes, but through zoning, the zoning bylaw doesn't really. I should speak about the zoning bylaw because I'm not in
when we do it, that's where we should talk about it? Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to know if we're gonna bring it up. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe Councillor Bray was done there. I think there's just one small typo under 11.01.7. The second last line has the word township in it, and I believe it should be municipality. That's all. If you see that there.
Yep. Yeah, I
Perfect.
have it marked down. In 11.01.4, again, it says, right, it's at the top of that same page, it says an acceptable standard of housing design will be established in the municipality through zoning, property maintenance and occupancy standards, and where necessary through site plan control where applicable. I think it's got where necessary, and it's got where applicable. What? Where do we say where site plan control is applicable?
New site plan control bylaw.
Yeah, but in the official plan, we don't say what we're gonna do, we just leave it to,
Say it's the role of the township or
Yeah,
the
yeah.
municipalities.
okay, all right, I guess
We have a site plan,
I thought we don't, no.
no, we don't have one.
Would we have one?
We could have, yeah, we could have one. So,
What, we're on page 35?
I was just, yeah, I was just noticing at 11.02A. The exception for the waterfront designation has been removed. I guess my question is, are we seriously suggesting that people put additional residential units on waterfront lots? Is that what we're trying to do?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we spoke to this at the last meeting, and I think it was voted on to have it the way it is. And one of the comments, I believe it was from the planners, is if your lot is big enough. So I'm using an example. You have a waterfront lot and you have 800 meters ashore and 10 acres, you are allowed to put on 2 residences because your lot is big enough to allow for a severance. That's the way it was worded now, like existing, and that's the way it continues to be worded, if I'm correct, Jamie. Is that what we discussed at the last meeting, I believe? And that was your, I'm putting your response into different words, but did I get the understanding of it correct from the last meeting, Jamie?
We did talk about that.
This is not there's no severance here. This is an additional dwelling unit, right?
Yeah, I think what Mr. Nash, Councillor Nash is saying is that in the shoreline area, what we talked about is having 2 cottages, for example, on one property, but only being allowed them where they were sited in such a manner that the lots could be separate. So for example, you need, if you were going, the minimum lot size is 1 hectare, that 2 dwelling units, you need 2 hectares, they'd have to be sited in a manner that they could be separate. Is that what you were saying, Councillor Nash?
That's correct. I believe that's how it's written in the current bylaw, and we're just leaving it the same. But yes, Jamie, what you're saying is a good summary of, you're better at summarizing what I'm trying to say than I am. Thank you.
The OP allows for that to happen, and the bylaw prescribes it. But I can take another look at these policies and That's the only instance that we want to allow.
Yeah, I guess I kind of tripped over this because it wasn't clear to me. And it goes on to the next page and talks about a bunch of things. But there's a clause D there, it says where an additional residential units is permitted. Up to 2 additional units are permitted per lot, however, only 1 second unit is permitted in an accessory structure. It seems a little. Like, I think if we're gonna allow this, we have to try to capture this the kinds of circumstances that Councilor Nash articulated earlier, which is. But there are gonna be some lots where there is no possibility for a second dwelling.
So what I'm suggesting, I'd love to comment beside this item was that item number D could be removed in its entirety and just make that a zoning. It's like the concept of you gotta have a certain lot area in order to be eligible for that additional dwelling unit. Those numbers, descriptions belong in the zoning bylaw. Not in the. What the OP does is just say they're allowed to do them. When we know PA to have an additional dwelling unit. But leave the details. In my opinion, you're right.
Would council support that and moving it out to the. Lets us focus in detail on what the exact criteria should be for, in the next pass.
Those are the file.
Okay, we'll just make a note by law. Oops. Oh, gosh. Right, anything else on 36? Jamie, you were concerned about trailers. Does this accurately reflect, says we may enact a trailer bylaw, and that's all it says. You know, motorhomes. Trailers, motorhomes and tents.
Yeah, this is reflective of the discussion at the last meeting and I just. I haven't made any changes to it since the last meeting, it is.
Councilor, still okay with it? Yeah. That takes us down 37, anything on 37?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I had one item for, page 36. Hopefully you can hear me okay. And that item was under G. So if you look at 11.0.5, I'm thinking of adding a section G, additional residential units are subject to the following criteria. We mention everything here, but we don't speak about septic capacity. So I think we should add a section there that one of the things is if you are going to have an additional residential unit and it has a bedroom in it or a washroom, we need to make sure that there's septic capability or sewage capability for that dwelling. That's all. And I think everybody would agree with that. So hopefully our planners can come up with some wording there for an item G to do with the septic system capacity. Thank you.
I just want to make sure section 11.02.5, was that the one?
Yeah. And it's going to the zoning bylaw.
I think it's already addressed in A, where A says appropriate on-site parking, sewage, water, and drainage is provided. The existing and. That's it. Does that cover it, Councilman Nash?
I think it
Sorry,
does.
Jamie. If you can just say it again, you were a little quiet there. Say it one more time. I apologize.
11.02.5A says additional residential units are subject to the following criteria. A is appropriate on-site parking, sewage, water, and drainage is provided for the existing and additional unit.
Yep, it was already there. You caught it. My apologies. I hadn't seen that. Thank you very much, Jamie, for pointing it out. My apologies.
Oh, is there anything on page 37? How about page 38? Um, I'm, I'll be honest with you, I'm looking at page 11.06.2. And there are a couple of references. It says, look at item E. It says, only a limited portion of the dwelling will be used for the business. What does that mean? Like, what percentage, of a limited portion? If I use 90% of the dwelling for the business? Okay,
What this is this is the policy again. What it's basically saying to the zoning bylaws, the zoning bylaws should put a cap on how much space gets used for the home occupation. Basically ensuring residential use has to be the principal use on the property. The home occupation has to be somewhat limited in scale, but I don't want to put the number or the percentage in an OP. That percentage and number belongs to me. This is just giving direction when we're going to all of it.
okay, so all these details then will be in the zoning bylaw. All right,
Where these come into play, let's say somebody wants to amend the zoning bylaw to allow for more space than what the zoning bylaw limit is. Then you look at these criteria.
yeah,
Should that amendment be allowed?
oh, that's a problem. How about page 39?
I have one question, Mr. Mayor, on page 39, or sorry, one comment, if I might.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that okay, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah,
Okay, so the comment is, right now, under 11.07.1, we talk about home industries. And where I have a concern is, I've heard from a couple residents, and what I heard was, oh, people are going to have mechanic shops on the lake, or they're going to have garages on the lake. And I think there's a section in here, I'll call it the second sentence of 11.07.1, where it says home industries may include welding, carpentry, contractor, landscaping yards, or machine shops or products. And I think that scares people. I don't know why we have it there. To me, it would be under zoning bylaws what you can do. And right now, we're not really, this has been reworded, but we're not really changing anything. Right now, you could have a home industry. You could have home industry on the water. You could have home industry on a rural lot. We're just keeping things the same so that people listening understand that. We're not reinventing the wheel here. However, when people read the home industries may include, I think that scares people. So I'm not sure if that could be eliminated, maybe, Jamie, or if you feel it should stay, then let's leave it there. But if it could come out, I believe maybe it should. And then we can list everything better in the zoning bylaw. Does that make sense what I'm asking, Jamie?
Makes sense. I'm fine. Whatever, typically an OP would list the categories of uses. And that could be a home industry. And the zoning bylaw may get a little bit more specific. I think what's important though is that it identify if you're going to allow for home maybe everywhere in the municipality, or if there's certain areas you don't want. I think what I've heard previously is you want to allow for them everywhere, which is in 11.7.2, where we struck out where it says except for the waterfront. Well, the last meeting wanted to allow them everywhere, but I don't have an issue if we take that list there.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. And yeah, I think the rest of the updates you've done on this page are very good, actually. I think they're much better than they were before, and appreciate all the other updates you've done on that page.
In looking at this, I was trying to figure out, well, because this is it, this 11.07 is a new section. I take it wasn't there before, correct?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, I think the official plan did previously speak to home industries and home occupations together.
Well, yeah, because that was my initial reaction is why it's just separate, so I made the assumption that it's because home industry is a more serious kind of a thing. So the question really becomes, what somebody wants to do in a home business, right? A home occupation, sorry. When does that become a home industry? And there's, like, for example, I have no problem with, rural residential and so on, so long as the zoning, so long as it's, the property is appropriate for the thing you're doing. And so you've got all those criteria that are trying to specify that. But I could not agree to 11.07 to what's been taken out of 11.07.2, which just says they're permitted in all designations except the waterfront designation, because it seems to me like you're talking about, I don't have a problem with home occupations, but trying to do a business that involves a bunch of employees and traffic to it and so on in a residential, in a waterfront thing. If it isn't zoned commercial already, it's, I mean, that's the mechanism to do that on waterfront, is a commercial zoning, not a home industry. So. And I mean, I realize, in order to resolve this, we're getting into the weeds of where it is, of exactly what constitutes these things and what the difference is, but you don't want everybody who has a bit of waterfront to say, guess what, I'm gonna start repairing people's boats and motors and stuff, so then you've got, unless they're a marina, in my opinion.
Yeah, through you,
Does
Mr.
that
Mayor.
not make sense? I mean, do you really want to encourage, do you want to encourage people to do things like that on their cottages or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Here, when we deal with it in the zoning bylaw, there are certain things that, again, there are several emails here where people have that concern, right? You're gonna set up a marine shop, or you're gonna set up an auto repair, and, they envision oil pits and all that kind of stuff, and I agree with them. Those sorts of things I don't think should be allowed, particularly on a waterfront. So I don't know how we deal with it, push it down the road a bit and deal with it in the zoning bylaw. And, when that comes up, would that be an appropriate way to deal with this, rather than we could spend the next half hour saying, well, you can have auto repair or not, you can have this, you can have that. I don't think today is the day to resolve that. So, I would kind of take it out as Councilor Nash suggested, and we deal with it in the zoning bylaw. And we do say, okay, you can't do these things, right? You can't do pop and have a list of them, right? But there may be a home industry. I know someone on Whitestone who just put up a really big, I don't know if it's required a permit or not, but it's for an art gallery. That should be okay. It's that sort of thing. But if you're welding and doing automotive, what I call sort of heavy industry, I think there should be limitations there. So why don't we just take it out and deal with it in the zoning bylaw?
Well, I guess when you get down to the fine print, it says when you get down to the bottom, 11.07.3 says the implementing zoning bylaw shall further detail the requirements under which a home industry may be permitted. So maybe this is all moot, I don't know.
But I would take out the repair or sale motor vehicles and, you know. I think
And
Yeah.
people are concerned, right? And I think we need to react to that.
Councillor Woods, did you have a comment?
I was just gonna say if we took that wording out and made sure that we addressed it in the zoning bylaw, but all of these changes I thought we had all agreed and vote, or like these were voted on already. I'll just leave it there, Mr. Mayor. I think that the zoning bylaw is a better spot to address what you can and can't do in the home industries, right? Like it says at the bottom.
I think we've decided on this, haven't we? Right? We have a consensus? Let's move on.
through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, just one quick thing. I think Councillor Woods was correct and Councillor Lamb, this has already been voted on. Let's move on. But one thing I think we need to keep in mind when it comes to the zoning bylaw, you might have a 100-acre property with 100 meters of frontage on a lake, and you have to be careful when you say you can't have an auto repair facility that might be 800 meters from the lake. And I think when we talk about this, there's a lot of people that get really worried because they think the worst thing's going to happen, like it's going to be a gas station on the lake. We're not changing anything. The planners have just taken it from another section of our official plan and put it in this new section. And you don't see these things that everybody's saying will happen, like the world will end. Those things aren't happening now. So we just need to remember that this is what you can do now. We're not making it easier. If we put a list in, we'll be making it more restrictive, but we just need to be cognizant of that this isn't saying you couldn't do this before and we're going to have a junkyard at the edge of Mason Lake now because somebody's allowed to do that. I don't think that's what anybody in council is trying to say. We're trying to do it in a proper way, and that zoning bylaw will detail it more, just so people listening can understand that. Thank you.
But Councillor Nash, when you say there's nothing different, there is a big difference. We took out the words except in waterfront designation. That's the big change.
This whole
But
section
sure.
is brand new, so the
Yeah.
section wasn't there before. So as of today, right now, you could not do those things. Waterfront. Right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you could
Regardless
do
of how
them.
many, and I get your point entirely. It applies to me personally, but regardless, if you're zoned waterfront residential, you don't run a.
Yeah.
Not that you can't run a business, but you can't run a. And what you would need to do is you need to get a chunk of your 200 acres rezoned to something else like commercial or rural. But it should
Through
be
you,
done in the
Mr.
first place, right?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, right now, there's many people that run home industries on waterfront, which we all know it has been allowed in the past. This section might be new, but some of the ideas of this section have been taken from other parts of our old official plan where they've been deleted and put into a new section. And the word waterfront, it was taken out of the last draft, but you could do it in the 2015 official plan. So it was only removed from the last draft where it had been added, but I don't think any member of council had asked that it be added. It was just put in there by the planners who would have thought that maybe we did want it there, just for people listening. So it's great that we're going to deal with it in the zoning bylaw, and we can talk to it then. Thank you.
Okay. Where are we now? What? 40. Well, 40 is just a continuation of the same section. 41. And I just asked, why did we remove residential conversions? It looks like it's gone completely. On both.
I agree with it. The idea, this was removed last time, I think we were on council before. But the idea being that not distinguishing in the plan documents, not proposing to distinguish between seasonal permanent occupancy And that doesn't distinguish between, if there's different building standards from a building code perspective, from planning perspective, planning for, it could be used seasonally, it could be used permanently. So that's why this section is kind of out, is there's no, we're not gonna have a different zone for property that's used seasonally or.
Okay, I get you.
One.
So the argument is it's not a planning issue, it's a zoning. Well,
Building.
it's more of a building issue.
And quite frankly, it's something that at one point in time, a bunch of municipalities put this stuff in here because I remember when I kind of got into this thing, it was that everybody and their brother is gonna move up to the Puget Sound district in Muskoka. Turn their cottage into a year-round residence, around this explosion of population, increase in services. Gonna cause a lot of impact, we need some policies in place to control that. So then, but over time, that sort of backed off, is that there's been a gradual rotation, that people retire at the cottage, they might become permanent for a little bit, and then it turns back into a seasonal residence over time, and there's hasn't been that increased demand or need for these policies. And municipalities have gradually taken this type of a concept out of their needs and just so that's kind of why we're at.
Okay, anything on the next,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have one item on page 40, if you were done there, and it's a simple one. Item 40? Yeah, page 40, and it's item I. The business will have a negative impact on natural heritage features. I think it's supposed to be the business will have no negative impact, or the business will not negatively impact. So I think it's just a typo there. I'll leave it to the planners to clean up the typo, that's all.
right. Okay, anything on 41 or 42? 43 is the natural heritage section. Page 4 starts there. Anything on page 43?
Moving along.
I have.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I did have something on 43. I was talking and I was muted. I apologize. I have a number of items on 43. Item 12, I appreciate that the planners have also added a section in to say that there are no significant wetlands in Whitestone that have been identified to date. So I appreciate that. That's on the next page. But under 12.05, adjacent wetlands are those wetlands that are within 100 meters of significant habitat of endangered and threatened species. And then it says unclassified, we've added, and unclassified wetlands. I think we need a definition of wetlands. In the last meeting, we spoke to it somewhat, that it should be a naturally formed wetland. We're not talking about a wetland that was formed by a beaver 2 years ago on somebody's private property that flooded them out. We're talking about naturally occurring wetlands that are over 3 hectares in size. So I'm going to ask if the rest of council could do a straw poll on making sure that the unclassified wetlands also in there in brackets says naturally formed, if that's all right with everybody. So this is just talking about wetlands on people's property. I don't think we should be looking at them personally, but the rest of council had said, let's do 3 hectares last meeting. So I'm just asking that the word wetlands, as we spoke to it last meeting, have in brackets naturally formed. So we all understand and the public understands This isn't somebody's land that was flooded by a beaver dam. This is a naturally occurring wetland that has been there for some time. So could I ask the rest of council if they're okay with the words naturally formed after the word wetlands on the second last line of A? Thank you.
That seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, anything else on 43, Councilor Nash? 44. Oh. I just see it's 10 to 2, so we gotta.
Yeah, no, I have an issue with the insertion in part C of that very same section with the,
Where are we back to now?
well, it's the adjacent, it's about wetlands, but 300 or about, you know, like sensitive lands, 300 meters of at capacity.
Where are you again? I'm sorry.
Oh, this is natural.
Yeah. What page? Oh,
It is page 43 and it's 12.0.5.c. I see the word natural was put in front of lake trout. And I don't agree with that distinction. There's, if there are lake trout there, then that particular water body is it's sensitive. Now, I don't know about. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to get my head around what happens as a result of this natural heritage? Like, is it, how is it going to affect people? You know, this is kind of, or how does it affect planning decisions? I mean, it's kind of a general section that says, well, we're concerned about these things, but I don't see what action gets taken. Can
Through
can
you, Mr. Mayor.
Fire mic is off.
Oh,
The discussion at the last meeting surrounding distinguishing lake trout lakes as being either naturally occurring lake trout lakes versus lakes that are stock lake trout lakes.
put in, I think it was called.
Yeah, it was put in for table, I think is what it was, so. We've reached out to the MNR to try to get some clarification on the provincial position, if there's a difference between how they treat these different types of lakes. We haven't gotten a response back with respect to that question yet. So, that's to say, I can't offer any advice on whether the word natural should be in here or should be. Because the last meeting it got added in, but we expect to get some MNR of a correct way to manage development setbacks for development, make sure lakes, whether they're natural, occurring or not. Or this process before it actually comes to pass.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I've done some research and also reached out to the MNR on this. And not about this section further in, but the natural lake trout lakes, again, was voted on to be added at the last meeting. So unless somebody's going to change their vote now, the word natural will stay. And there is a difference with the MNR regarding naturally occurring lake trout lakes and put in takeout lakes that are considered stock lakes or a lake that is not naturally occurring in. And those differences are what you're allowed to do for development and some other things. The water testing and all that might be the same, but what you can do on the lakes is different. So naturally occurring lake trout lakes, that's the ones that are of importance to the ministry. To take in and put out aren't nearly as important. And all we're saying is these are what are considered to be natural heritage. Whereas, you know, if you want to try and stock, I don't know, Mason Lake with walleye, and Mason Lake doesn't have walleye, then the ministry is going to say they're not naturally occurring. You can't do that. That's why there's a difference between natural occurring and stock lakes for sport fishing. So the word natural is important. And unless somebody changes their vote, I think it should be there. And if M&R gets back to our planners and says something different, then we can always take it out over the winter when we get our comments back from the ministry.
The thing is, nobody is putting lake trout for a very long time, put any lake trout into any of our lakes, or at least our big lakes that we're concerned about development on, so. Yeah, this is. It's a red herring as far as I'm concerned, but anyway,
Well,
And
Mr. Mayor, I'm uncomfortable with this. Again, if you look at a lot of the emails from Warmer Lake, it's what we're talking about, right? Which I think is a put-in lake or a not natural or whatever. So my mind isn't really made up, and what we're doing today is not the final draft. Everyone will get another kick at this thing, right? So I guess if we're getting interpretation from the ministry, then I guess it's okay to leave it in for now, but I, like the mayor, am uncomfortable saying natural. So I don't know whether to take it out now or not take it out. I'm just saying I'm not comfortable with putting it in. And there was only 3 of us there, I think, when we did this, and I'm not sure I necessarily voted. I getting heads that I didn't vote, because I was chairing the meeting, so, but.
okay, so let's have.
On Warmer Lake, and, so my mind's not made up, I guess, yet, is fine.
All right, so can I ask for a vote on this matter? It sounds like Councillor Lamb is saying let's remove natural, which he was for before. So let's have a vote on it. And if it goes back to all of it, that's fine. The public will understand that the decision was changed to take out the word natural. So can we please have a vote on who on council wants the word natural to take out, and everybody can speak up so the public knows exactly who's asking the word natural to be taken out. Thank you.
Okay, sure, we can do that. All those in favor of removing the word natural? On the phone or on Zoom? Anybody?
Yeah. What was it in the room? Because nobody can see
3
that.
hands went up in the room.
3 hands are for taking it out.
All right, well then it's voted on to take it out. I'm for leaving it in, the word natural, because it totally changes development allowances on Lorimer Lake and Whitestone Lake and Wawashkesh, and basically we're going to shut down development by the word natural. But if that's what council wants, that's the decision they have made. Thank you.
Well, we don't have any lake trout, of which we did in Whitestone, but,
Whitestone is a natural lake trout lake.
again, what I'm saying is, we're in or out, I still want to hear the interpretation of this, and that Amy's looking at. He comes back and says, you know, here's the answer. I mean, maybe we put it in, right? I didn't, right now, like, we're trying to make a decision on something we really don't have all the I guess it's out for now, but it may go back in, I guess, depending on what interpretation comes back.
Mr. Mayor,
And this is not, excuse me, this is not the final document, again, that's that.
Okay, that's fine. Well, we'll see what kind of information we get back. I think I support the fact that it's not a decision today. But in any case,
And Mr. Mayor, where Woods was trying to speak, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Woods was trying to speak there.
Where are you, Councillor Woods?
yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just gonna ask if we took the word natural out, then we probably wouldn't be getting feedback, right? From the ministry on that?
Well,
Or
my
if it was in
understanding
there
is
and-
we're going to ask for the distinction, and I had intended to do that before the planner said he was doing it.
Already in process.
And I,
Is that true,
through,
Jamie?
So,
Did you ask about this already? Yeah. Okay, they've reached out and they're gonna get an answer.
So then wouldn't we wait to remove it until we got an answer though? If, I don't know.
We can put it back in depending on the answer too.
Mr. Mayor, just so we all understand and the public understands, all of council has about a 20 or 30-page report on lakes and what is considered a put in and take out lake, and it talks to it all. We've all had that, and that's where that word natural came from. I won't be asking probably to be putting it back because it doesn't seem like council wants to, and I won't waste my time with it again. I just think we have to understand what we're doing to any development on about 6 lakes is going to be very, very, very limited because we're saying the word. That's all. But council has spoken, and I will respect what the rest of council wants to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What page are we on now? Are we at page 44? Anything on page 44? Anything on page 45? I'm just curious, like beside 12.01.5, I have a note that says, looks like it's already stated in 12.01.4. So it's just something for the planners to look at and see if they've, are we not saying it's a minimum 15-meter setback for structures along warm water streams and 30 meters for cold or cold water streams. What's the what is 12.01.5 adding to that, I guess is my question. Seems like it's the same thing, only in one case it applies, maybe along streams, in the other case it applies to other water bodies. Is that what the intent was, or?
You said 12.41.
Yeah, just trying to understand what's really different about. What, or maybe the question is, what does 12.01.5 actually apply to? Because we've taken out the structures along shoreline identified as site plan fishermen.
The new law creation is proposed. Several routine laws shall demonstrate at least 15 meters of law frontage of each lot as an non-completed fisher. So 12.05 relates to just the creation of new lots and ensuring that a portion of that frontage is not fished out. Basically, you have an area to put a dock outside a one fish out. You're creating.
Okay, all right, well.
And through you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, can you just confirm what item it was that you were just speaking to? Oh, can you just confirm what item it was that you were speaking to, Mr. Mayor, there?
I was just trying to understand 12.01.5, which has been, you'll see it's got some words out of the original, out of 2 different sections, but I thought what it was doing was it was really covering off okay, one is 15 meter setback and the other is 15 meters of the lot coverage. Okay, so I apologize. Now I get what you're doing. Okay.
And through you, if I might, Mr. Mayor, I did have a question and comment on number 5, but also on the previous page on number 22, but I'll go back to that after. So when I was reading 12.01.5, when it says when new lot creation is proposed, again, I'll say, why are we separating out lot creation from existing lots? We keep blaming people doing new lots on everything and not the people that have had properties for 100 years, right? So why don't we say where structures, comma, site alterations or lot creation is proposed? Well, you'd have to do a little bit more wording here, but why are we not thinking of when people are putting in new structures or doing site alterations such as a driveway or digging for a new septic system? It's not the lot creation that we always have to look at. We also have to look at when people are doing other things. Are they going to be putting up silt fence? What else are they doing? So I'd like the planners somehow to include in that section that it's not just for lot creation, but it's also if they're putting in a structure or if you're doing site alterations. I'm not sure what the rest of council think to that. I'll let the planners come up with the exact wording, but I think those are just as important as creating a lot when you're talking about the fish habitat.
Hey, you, Jamie?
I can include something about site alterations, so section 12.01.5 is very specific about frontages for new lots. Section 12.014, there was setbacks for development, so that would apply in any instance where they're creating a lot, where they're doing a zoning amendment, these minor variances, and any of these other planning act approvals. So just to be clear, any policies in this plan, in this section, only apply when there's a planning act application. Really minor variances. So if someone's putting something on the property that complies with the bylaw, they don't do that. But I could add something, just something about site alteration. I don't think there's reference.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. You're a little hard to hear. You're a little quiet, but I think you said you could you'll try and do something if I heard correct. Thank you.
Add something with site alteration.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone okay? What's next?
And the next item I had through you, Mr. Mayor, was back one page, page 44, item 12.01.1.1, and then it goes A, and then I, and I think there should be a double I included here. So this is speaking about 15 meters for needing 15 meters for a new lot, and then we say that, you know, the minimum 15 may be re-inspected for errors or omissions respecting the mapping. But what we also have to remember is we passed a bylaw before I was on council that allowed docks in type 1 fish habitat. We went to the ministry didn't have a problem because they're floating, and the floating docks actually create fish habitat because the fish will be under the docks. So I think there should be an item added again, 12.01.1.1, item I'm gonna say. And Jamie, the way, I'll let you do the wording again, but if you have a report to show that there's no negative impacts to fish habitat by a qualified biologist, you might not need the 15 meters. We allow people to put in docks. The ministry said that's okay. Before, the reason that we'd said about the 15 meters was because you couldn't get a dock in if you didn't have that. So now that we know that you can have a dock, and we're saying you can go and have somebody check about the mapping, if it comes back and they say, yes, it is type 1, but they can write a report and say, but because of this and this and this, or things you'll do, you aren't going to affect the fish habitat. I think that's important to add here, if that makes sense. So again, my simple words are report to show no negative impact to fish habitat. I know your wording will be much better, but I don't know what the rest of council feels about adding a section like that in here. And if, you know, council's wishes to add it, hopefully you can do something on that, Jamie.
I can't do that in instance.
And
Okay, let's put it in. Let's move on. What's next?
through you, Mr. Mayor, the next section, item B, under 12.01.1.12B, it says the Perry Sound and Area Planning Board may obtain a report. I think it's just a grammatical thing, and I think that should just say the Land Division Authority, because we've said that in other spots within the document. So if you can just clean that up, Jamie, just as an edit. Thank you.
Good, done. What's next?
Anything on 46? Anything
Through
on
you, Mr. Mayor, and
47?
sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you, I'm gonna be, keep coming up to the same words here for a little bit. So under 46, 12.03.1, third line down, it starts with protect significant wildlife habitat. New development or site alteration. I just wanted to understand, Jamie, does site alteration, that would include, be it a structure, that would be defined as still site alteration? Would I be correct in that?
Requires finance approval. Site alteration would need to move material around the site, importation. The definition for site alteration.
I guess the question is, how does that get enforced? It's not, the applicant is not making any planning. The landowner is not making any planning application, right? So we would have to have some sort of a zoning bylaw about site alterations. Or it's that sort of a bylaw, not a zoning bylaw. Yeah.
Would, regulate on that.
Yeah.
And if I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, Jamie, your mic must be bad. I'm not sure if Councillor Woods is having the same problem, but I'm not able to really pick up anything you're saying now. But I believe the mayor was asking that. Councillor Woods, can you hear Jamie okay?
It's really muffled and I'm catching every other word. I thought it was my connection, but
That better now?
that sounded better,
Yes,
right?
it is, Jamie. Yes, it did. So I didn't hear what you said. I know the mayor tried to summarize it, but does the word or site alteration, that would include structures within a definition, or it could?
Site alteration means activities such as grading, excavation, and placement of fill that would change the landform and natural vegetative characteristics of a site. It's not
Okay, so
talking
could we
about
add,
getting a building permit.
yeah, so could we add the word structures there? Would that be possible?
Just take it here. I just don't know what the trigger for this. If there's a planning act approval needed, so let's say a rezoning needed, or minor variance, or creating a new lot. Then there's a trigger to do a study to identify where the significant wildlife.
Well, and where I'm coming from, Jamie, is let's say it's not for a new lot. I'm just saying, if you own a lot that's 100 years old and you're doing site alterations or putting a garage or replacing your building, you should have to do the same thing as if you've just created a lot. And this section speaks to that, except we leave out the word structures. It's all about new development. But if I'm correct, within this, what I want to make sure is this significant wildlife habitat section applies not only to lot creation, but would apply to every single lot. Let's treat everybody the same. And the way I read this, it could, we just need to add in the word structures, for example. So for new development, if I'm going to put in a driveway under site alterations, I'm gonna put a structure up because we add the word structure, people are gonna have to do this.
I know where you're going with it. How I was gonna finish with it. What you're getting into now is the realm of getting into a legal question of what's people's property rights based on existing zoning and legal non-conforming permissions, but really about existing zoning rights. So people that have existing lots have existing zoning rights. And the official plan can't be a tool that infringes on existing zoning. Zoning bylaws are the tool that sets out when people can or can't get a building permit. So we can't do what you're asking for through the official plan. If the municipality, and fortunately or unfortunately, can't do it through zoning either, because what you're talking about would be traditional zoning. Where you would be saying, hey, we'll give you a building permit if you do this study to confirm that it's not significant wildlife habitat. And
Okay, but
not allow,
I get-
does not allow, and it ingrains property rights through the zoning bylaw. So I understand where you're coming from about trying to make things equal, or existing people or new people wanting to do quote unquote development, which is a planning act application, but that's not the way our planning structure, or that's not the way the planning act and legislative structure is constructed. There is a.
Okay. I get that. I don't agree with it, but I get it. But we can tell people in our official plan that if they make a new lot, these are all the things they have to do, even though their property exists. They're already on their property. They already own their 100 acres. It already is there, right? Or if we're going to say you need 20 meters of shoreline, that's what we consider a heritage feature. But if it's an existing lot, you're going to ignore it all. I don't think that's quite the way it works. So you're saying in here, we would not legally be allowed to add the word structures. It would be against the law to add the word structures here. So if somebody's going to build a garage, they have to do an environmental screening. So you're saying from a legal point of view, we can't stop somebody from building a new garage if there's a rattlesnake den under it because they don't need to do an environmental screening. Because we aren't allowed to put the word structure in here.
I think you're creating words that I didn't say.
Yeah.
What I said was that, I'm not gonna repeat what I said.
Yeah.
This is what I said.
Scott, we've asked for this to go in. I think Jamie has given an appropriate answer. Again, we're limited for time, so let's move on. Unless you didn't hear the answer, hopefully you did.
Yeah, no, I heard the answer,
You
and I
said,
know
I don't agree with it, but it is what it is, right? So that answers the question. You can't put the word structure. Why beat the dead horse? Let's move on. It's 40 minutes left.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I did hear the answer, Councillor Lamb, but at the same time, we were also given other dates that the planners would have been available for a full day. And some councillors chose to demand that we had the meeting today instead of moving it to another day when we would have had a lot of other time. We're not going to get through it. We already know that. We have 40 minutes left. Let's take our time and go through it. And if I have questions that take an hour, or Councillor Lamb, if you have questions that take an hour, we should take the time because this is of importance. So again, I want to understand, because maybe I didn't hear it all. And I know, Jamie, you said I was putting words in your mouth, which I didn't mean to, but legally, are we allowed to put in our official plan draft, waiting for comments to come back from the ministries, we are not allowed to put the word structure in here?
You can put whatever you want in your official plan. What I've provided here in the policy is reflective of what's in the provincial policy statement and how these policies are used to evaluate application. Don't use what I had said. I think the key point or key takeaway is you don't use the official plan to evaluate an application for a building permit. Doesn't mean That's what the word structure review. I think would. Helpful.
Okay, and I fully understand that, and I think it's very important for the public, so we can't say that because it's an existing lot, yet we can go back 3 pages to section 43 and add in the word an unclassified wetlands, which again, that's already somebody's property that's owned, Jamie. That's already somebody's property that's existing. But we can now say you have a wetland there, but we can't tell somebody before you build, do an environmental screening. Even though that property existed, that wetland existed, we can change the wording in our official plan to say now you have to do this, this, and this in your property, even if you're not building. But if you're going to build, we can't add the word structure for you to have to do an environmental assessment. How does that flow in my mind? That's crazy. So I need an explanation why we can add things like wetlands and 3 hectares and do all these things to people, but we can't say if you're going to build, we'd please ask that you get an environmental assessment done first.
It relates to the need for a plan. You don't need a plan approval, then you can't ask for it. You still have to abide by the Endangered Species Act, and there's other legislation that controls the protection of these sorts of features. You can't just, if you harm endangered species habitat, then you're subject to the regulations of that act. At time, if you choose to build a structure and alterate their habitat, there is other mechanisms, just not the plan.
Okay.
Okay,
I
folks,
get
think
that.
we've really
And-
exhausted this particular subject. Is there anything else
I
on
have-
page 47?
I have one more question in regards to the same thing, Mr. Mayor. And that's where I was trying to go, Jamie, that I understand it's already a requirement, but people don't understand it's already a requirement. They don't understand if they're getting a building permit that they need to do a species at risk assessment. That's why I wanted it there. But if we can't add it there, can you please explain why and I couldn't hear you the last time again, and I know it's your mic, I know it's not you.
We can't hear you, Scott.
You can't hear me?
You're breaking up. You must have done something with your mic.
Is that better? I hope.
Yes.
Okay. I apologize. My earpiece goes out. It needs to be recharged every so often. I'll repeat what I said because I'm not sure where I got cut off. But I understand that before you build a garage, maybe you need to do an environmental impact study, which I know is what you said, Jamie. That makes total sense. But the public, or a lot of the public, isn't aware of that. That's why I was trying to say, why can't we add it here? I know I'm getting pushback, and this isn't the place to add it. But why can we then, and maybe you answered it, but I didn't hear you. Why can we then, again, in section 43, add a section that says unclassified wetlands greater than 3 hectares, this is what you need to do on them? Why can we say that there?
It's section 43. I think you're saying page 43, but I just prefer the section number.
Sorry, can't hear you, Jamie. You can hear every other word.
Quiet.
You refer to the section number, sorry, I just want to make sure I have it in front of you when I'm responding to
12.0.5 item A. We added the word unclassified wetlands, and the next to it is going to say naturally formed now. But why can we say things like that and not say if you're putting up a building, please ask for an environmental impact study? Why? I know you've answered the environmental impact study, but why can we say something about wetlands and just impose that on people and impose it in other spots, if that makes sense?
What's being referred to in 12.0.5 is dealing with adjacent lands. And what the PPS requires is it requires that if you're doing a development application, so if you're doing a zoning bylaw amendment, or consent or minor variance, for example, and adjacent lands are considered 120 meters from these different features that it identifies. The reason we've included unclassified wetlands is because you were correct earlier, when there are no currently identified provincially significant wetlands within the municipality. But until the wetland gets reviewed, it's to be treated as a provincially significant wetland, which is 120 meters as a setback. So that's why we've included unclassified lands in that section. That doesn't impact someone going for a building permit. It complies with the zoning bylaw. It's only if somebody's doing development, which is a planning act. Then 120 years of minor variance, rezoning, and a subdivision.
Have we settled this?
Okay, yeah, no, thank you. I don't agree, but I'm not gonna ask any more questions because I know we are running out of time, so, thank you.
There has to be, the real issue is there has to be a planning act application somewhere in here in order to trigger these visions from being enforced. A building permit is not gonna trigger them to be enforced, right?
No, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I understand that, but I don't think the entire official plan only has to do when there's a planning act application.
Well,
Right. That's not what the official plan is, not only about that, right? The official plan is about a lot more than just lot creation. And we seem to forget about that. That's the point I'm trying to make, right? The official plan may speak to lot creation, but the sole purpose of an official plan is not only to speak about lot creation. And I know Jamie would agree with me on that one. It speaks to a whole bunch of other things and about direction of the municipality. And the zoning bylaw is where a lot of the laws are. But you speak to them in your official plan. So if we don't want to speak to them, and we want people to knock buildings down and build wherever they want because they have an existing lot, so be it. I just don't see why we treat people trying to create massive lots so differently from everybody else when you don't have to, but it seems like everybody on council wants to treat people doing lots so hard to make it impossible so we can't do anything. The way it is. Thank you.
Could we please?
Can I just play this out, because I want to make sure
All right.
I understand your concern. I want to make sure if we can address it in the official plan, we do. So if you want to make sure that the municipality has a mechanism that if someone's building wants to construct a building, for example, that they need to do an EIS to confirm there's no species at risk habitat. Is that what you're getting at?
That's exactly it. And it might be in the zone. Yeah, it might be in the zoning bar, but that's exactly what it is. Now it'd be the same for a fish assessment study and all that. So yes, you nailed it on the head, Jamie. I just hope you can put it somewhere in here. Thank you.
Before someone gets a building permit to build a cottage or a cabin or a dock or any structure in the municipality, you would like them to have to do EIS. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. And if it's in, yep, that's 100% correct. Yes.
Okay. So then the only planning mechanism to do that would be, we would basically have to zone every property with a holding symbol on it. The holding symbol would have to require an EIS to be completed. So we have to come up with a mechanism. I'm just playing this out. We have to come up with a mechanism that the building official would be able to issue a building. So they couldn't issue a permit. So we could put a holding symbol on every property in the municipality. And then everybody would have to do their EIS. And then EIS would then come to council, and council would decide whether to lift the holding symbol to allow that person to get a building. That's the process. You're okay with that process?
Myself, 100% okay, but you know why I'm okay with it, Jamie? Is because it's treating everybody the same. And if we're going to make all these crazy rules for somebody trying to make a lot, then let's make all these crazy rules for people that already have a lot that are going to do the damage when they build. That's what I'm getting to. Treat people the same. We're making all these, to me, some of these crazy restrictions. You're going to put a line down a lot. And if you already have a lot, you can be wild man number 2 and do whatever you want, because we're going to say it's too hard to control, or we're going to say it's too hard for a building inspector, or whatever it might be. So yes, I want it, but I don't really want it. I just want everybody to be treated the same. And a lot of council says that, but then we don't act like that. We don't make special rules for people creating a new lot, and we have no rules for people that are causing the damage, like people cutting all the trees down. We can say in our official plan here, if this whole official plan is just about planning, we can talk about where the trees can get cut down and can't get cut down on the waterfront, which is coming up. But if you already own a lot, we can't enforce anything on you to do with the official plan. You can do what you want. It's only when you create the lot you have the problem. But anybody else, cut all the trees down. We can't stop you from our official plan unless we have a bylaw. But it'll be too hard to do, so we don't do it. I get what you're trying to say, Jamie. I totally disagree with it. I think it's just a way to try and make it hard. And I get your explanation. You'd have to put a holding symbol on. I'm sure we could also just write something in here that would be a lot more simpler than that, saying this is what we'd like to do. Like when we say at the beginning of it, we support boat launches, we support expansion of boat launches where possible. We support expansion of highways, but we can't say we support people doing an EIS when they're going to build a cottage, unless we do a holding symbol on all of them. I don't believe that. I think it can be written somewhere in here if we want it to. I don't think the rest of council wants it in here, and I think we want to treat people differently, which is a big problem in the municipality. And quite frankly, is why I got voted into council, is because everybody wants to be treated equally, and that's not what we do. We put our heads down in the sand and play politician all the time to try and
It's
get votes
time up.
in, but we don't do it. Thank you.
Councilor Nash, I'm getting an indication that your time is up. Unless I see an overwhelming response from council that we want to put some, we want to do something, and I don't think we can go back and retroactively put holding symbols on existing properties, can
But
we?
this going on, 5 minutes ago, it was done. And then you said, once it was done, we would move to the next page, and then you said something. Then Councillor Nash took 5 minutes responding to what you said. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. Let's move on. I think it's been asked, it's been answered. Scott doesn't agree with it, maybe Brian doesn't agree with it. But if somebody puts a bunkie up behind their house in a small subdivision, I'm not gonna tell them they need an environmental impact study. In case there's a rattlesnake there. I don't believe that, so we agree to disagree. Let's move on. We spent a half hour on this damn thing.
So we are on page 47. Is there anything else on page 4? Anything on page 47?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm still on page 43. We got through the one item I asked about. I'll now ask about item 12.04.2. Prior to development and site alteration occurring. Again, we speak about prior to development, then we speak about prior to site alteration occurring within an adjacent.
On page 46, actually.
Page 46,
43.
12.04.2.
12.04.
And I'm going to ask the same question, and even though it might take half an hour, Councillor Lamb, for each of my questions here, on each of these, I'm going to ask for a reason as to why we can't add the word structure in there. And why we can't define it differently, and why we can't say a section in here about existing structures. So prior to development and site alterations occurring within or adjacent to an ANSI, an environmental impact study shall be submitted. But again, we're forgetting about everybody building a 10,000 square foot cottage on a little lot, or cutting trees down at the waterfront. So again, for this item here, Jamie, why can we not add another sentence that speaks to existing properties that might want to do site alterations or might want to do a structure? I might have 500-acre parcel and want to plow a road right through the middle of it and build an 8,000 square foot hunt camp in the middle of it, but I don't need to do anything. But based on our official plan, I don't need to. I might need to if I know some obscure rule with the ministry that says you have to do an environmental impact study, but us as a municipality won't warn anybody that we need to do that. Am I correct? There's no way to warn people for this item either?
There's just the requirement, if you're dealing with, this is related to ANSI, right? So this would only get triggered if there's an ANSI on the property or within a specific, within 120 meters of the property.
What's an ANSI?
Area of national scientific interest, and there's only a couple of them.
Well, but Jamie, we're not saying there's only a couple of them. We're also saying if it's within 120 meters of a swamp, and there's thousands of those in this municipality. So don't say there's only a couple of them. We're saying if it's within,
You're talking about the
right
ANSI.
now, sorry, I wasn't finishing. Right now, we're saying, I think we're saying right now, if it's within 120 meters of a significant habitat, so there's many of those because we've added wetlands, so it'd be thousands. Within 50 meters of a natural occurring science or earth interest, could be a rock cliff, could be a special tree, hundreds and hundreds of things like that. Or within 300 meters of at capacity inland natural lake trout lakes. But we've taken out the word natural, so Lake Wawashkash, Whitestone.
Councilor Nash, those things belong to a different section. They're not, we've moved to it, we have now moved from what we were talking about before to a different section.
But Mr. Mayor, I understand that, but you still are required to do these things for those lengths.
There's only a couple of them being,
ANSIs are supposed to be identified on Schedule B.
Yeah, and
Yes, we
Mr.
have
Mayor,
it.
Schedule B has 3/4 of the municipality highlighted because of the wetlands. As we all know, because we spoke about that before, and say, why does it say significant wetlands on a mapping thing when half the municipality is circled because it's considered a significant wetland from an aerial photo for something. So we're using that. So we're not talking a couple lots here. We're talking thousands and thousands of lots. I don't think other councillors, except maybe Councillor Woods, are understanding that. This is not little changes. This is massive, massive changes on impeding so many things we do, but only on new stuff, not on existing stuff. And I think a lot of people do not agree with that. But it seems to be the wish of council, so.
well, again, you're saying this, and our planners saying it only applies to a couple of situations. So, I mean, I don't know. I had to ask what ANSI says. Well, Jamie, please repeat what you said, sort of on, we just keep going around in circles, sort of kind of pulling people into, you know, what someone wants, right? Like, please, let's answer the question and move on. It's only two places. There's only two places in the municipality?
For identify on Schedule B, there's a couple of them. And if you're within 120 meters of those features, then you would be required to restudy or to pursue. But it only applies by development or the plan.
We have a straw poll on this.
So it's, yeah. Well, does anybody wish to modify this? It is.
Mr. Mayor, I understand where Councillor Nash is going with this when we're making the restrictions, right? I do get what you say. We did talk about this at the last one, when I said, you know, anything that's a wetland that we declare is gonna be a new wetland, you're gonna be hard pressed to travel up and down a lot of our municipal roadways and not hit a wetland within 120 meters of someone's property, right? Or something that someone might end up trying to subdivide.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I know we're talking about, I might, just for clarification for everybody, when we're talking about 12.04 areas of natural and scientific interest, and we talk about there's only a couple, Jamie, my correction, you were probably right on that. It's the next section that we talk about habitat of endangered and threatened species, where there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. The one section that we just spoke to, the one before it and after it, is what I'm referring to. And, you know, it's like doing things like we hear from other councillors. When are we going to fill in between the twist and the LCBO? When are we going to get that walkway in? Well, once this is done, we'll get our walkway in. We need to do an environmental impact study. We know there could be landing turtles there. There could be a snake in there. We're going to spend $10,000 to make sure nothing's in there before staff fills it in. And if we fill it in and don't do this and know we should have, we'll be charged for it. That's what we're trying to do to everybody else. But we can say that that's what we want to do over at the old Twist property. Yeah, just fill in that wetland. But we know in that wetland there's probably turtles or snapping turtles or endangered species. And we're saying you don't need to do anything like that there, but if you create a new line on a property, you have to do all these regulations. And everybody seems to be okay with that. So we should be treating everybody the same. And when we as a municipality do work, we should have to go through the same rigmarole as what we're telling everybody else to do. Go hire an ecologist to make sure there's not a snapping turtle in that wetland before we fill it in. Or let's have some proper wording in here that's not so restrictive. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, we were conducting a straw poll. I did not see any hands up in the room here in terms of wanting us to modify these sections, so we hear what you're saying, but we do need to move on. What about page 47? Okay, that section has to do with fits in, well, it has to do with this. Yeah, there's the natural and scientific interest goes down halfway. And there's fits and quarries. On page 47. Goes for a couple pages here.
Next thing I have is page 50.
Anybody got anything between now and page 50?
Well, hearing no one, the next, on 50, I guess we got to set some elevation for walling. That's the discussion. We did 1208.5.
Well, I made repeat a comment that I've made a number of times. First of all, for education, I'm not sure that this is the only hazard lands in the municipality, by the way, so we're talking about just about Wabash, but the elevation of the dam, of the sill of the dam, is 225 meters above sea level. There is a notch in the center of the dam, which is designed to allow some water to flow during low water periods so that the river doesn't dry up. And that is half a meter. The depth of that notch is half a meter. So if you went to the lowest part where the point at which no water would escape from the dam, you'd be at 224.5 meters. Secondly,
Mr.
in
Mayor.
section 12.08.5, the floodplain is 229.57 meters above sea level. That floodplain is established by MNR. And the municipality has no jurisdiction whatever to alter that in any official plan or in any other document. And if we were to say to people, oh, well, we don't care about that, we'll give you a building permit with openings below 229.57, which is a condition of the building code. It's really a building code issue. But if we were to do that, then we would be saying, in somebody's place floods, we're gonna be liable if we gave them a building permit. So this is a huge mistake for us to try to mess around with that particular number. Again, I would point out to you, because we coming back to this official plan is really about lot creation. And the issue becomes, we do have in other places things that say you can't create a lot if it's gonna flood. You can't create a lot if there isn't some place that you can build on it, that place won't flood. And you can't build on it if you're going to, you can't put a septic system on it if you have openings of the septic system below that 229.57. So those are fairly serious things, and I understand the argument that maybe somebody would say, well, you could still camp on it most of the year, and you probably could. But if you can't build on it, I'm not sure we should be allowing people to include a lot like that in a plan of subdivision. Oh, anyway, that's the hazard lands. MNR set that number. People argued about it a bit when they set it. They set it a number of years ago. We asked them to set it again. Would probably set a higher one. So I'm not sure. I guess we could see what comment they would come back with on this, but those are the facts of the current situation, and I'm encouraging you to accept them as facts and not trying to melt.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might.
My recollection, and may be wrong, we went through the whole Keene matter a couple of years ago. I thought we set it at 227. It was a conclusion for Keene, right? The Lake Association is saying they wanted it 249 point whatever. But what happens if I have an existing septic system that's below that? And I have to replace it. Do I have to be 2.9? Can I keep it at 22 or wherever I am?
North Bay Mattawa Conservation Authority, if they are doing their job properly, which has already come into question once today. And so I consider it a legitimate question. But in any case, they will not give a septic permit. Or if the septic tank is going to have an opening, either the openings are below 25 to 29.57. They have been reminded about the fact that that's not, they don't have jurisdiction, they don't have the latitude to waive that. That's a floodplain number that the province gave them, that they're bound to abide by.
Well, then why do we get to 227 with Keene if this is?
Well, at the time of that discussion, I told council exactly what I just said. I said, you do not have the authority to change it, and council overruled me. Oh, so
That was,
Through you, Mr.
that's why we got to 27. It was an error.
Scott, make sure you got your mic on and that you're speaking into it closely, okay?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a couple things on this. I knew this would probably take up the rest of today, and knowing the time, I'm sure if this was at 2 o'clock, it would take up the rest of the time. The 229.57, we've heard from the Washcash Lake Association or Conservation Association. We should be listening to the Ontario government for the flood elevation levels. If we all go back to a John Jackson report during a file a few years ago and open it up, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's lots of communications back and forth between, at the time, the Lake Association and MNR. MNR actually wanted the flood elevation of Lake Wawashkesh set at 230.57. And at the time, the Lake Association begged the province not to have it at that height. They wanted it much lower. Through negotiations, even though you said you can't, you know, it's a set number. Well, it's a set number based on negotiations is what it came down to. It was listed at 229.57. That's less than the 229 or the 230.57, a meter less. But now we have the Lake Association complaining, saying we want it set higher. So you have one side, we want it lower, and then a few years later, we want it higher. So they tell us to listen to the Ontario government, but they didn't even want to listen. That's because they have their own interests. As I've said before about it can be a road association, a lake association. They are just trying to influence our decisions to get what they want for their lake. Now with this lake, if we're actually going to use what the ministry says, we should say the septic system shall be above the required flood elevation on any lake, except for Wawashkesh, where an elevation of 230.7 is required, because that is the actual flood elevation, and based on all the data, and this has all been provided to council before, that is the real flood elevation of the lake. The ministry was willing to lower it because of outcry from some citizens. So we can say, if we're going to take the information correctly, let's say it's 230.57. But the strange part I get is right in the next section of that, 12.08.6, it says the flood elevation for all other lakes and rivers is based on the 100-year. The erection of new buildings or structures. Why do we talk about new buildings or structures if this is only supposed to be about lot creation? This isn't talking about existing buildings or existing structures. Throughout here, everywhere we have existing buildings or structures, but it can't be there according to what our planners have said, because this whole document is about lot creation unless we put special conditions on everywhere. This is a perfect example of why you can do what I'd suggested in the previous section, because this shows we're talking about new buildings and new structures. But if we bring in something here, something as crazy to me as saying it has to be at 230.57 or 229.44, which was what the Conservation Authority or the Wawashkesh Conservation Authority wants. If you have an existing cottage that's on a 50-foot lot built 100 years ago, and your septic tank is 225, that's fine. You can replace it with whatever North Bay Mattawa says is okay. But if you're doing a new lot, we're going to F you over and say you need to build it 5 meters higher than mine. And again, I'd say that is not only what this official plan speaks to. It can speak to existing things, but we're being told it can't. But we have written right here that it is. So why don't we write something in here? If the Conservation Association wants us to listen so bad, put that every septic system has to be at 230.57, which is the exact information from the ministry on the real septic system, and that is for everybody. If you're redoing your septic system, if you're putting in a new septic system, if you're doing a lot creation, that's what you need. And if not, your lots will become useless. That seems to be what the association wants us to do. And then you talk to North Bay, which I have, and Mr. Mayor, you're going to say that they gave wrong information. If you have a lot and it's an existing lot, an septic system can't fit in it, you're allowed to do a whole.
Nash, I'm sorry.
Okay, well,
We should
I'm going to
recess
finish
let
off
Jamie
here.
go.
I'm going I'm gonna ask, I finish off here, this is an official plan matter, and others I'm sure have had over 5 minutes to talk today too, but I'll wrap it up in 30 seconds here. And Ed, please ask if myself or others are coming close to 5 minutes, that whoever's timing it, please speak up and say you have a minute left, not just you're cut off. I have no idea how much time I have left, so I'd appreciate the courtesy of a warning beforehand, and I'm sure everybody else would like that. But let's make this for everybody if we're going to do it. I know supposedly it's illegal to do it in the official plan, but let's make that rule for every single cottage on the lake. And if you talk to, like I said, the North Bay Mattawa, they're going to say if a septic doesn't fit, you can put a holding tank. But they're also going to say, as we've all been told over and over, that flood elevation is special for Washkesh because of water that's released from upstream. If the dam was put in lower, more at the elevation of what it was 20 years ago, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation. But at the time, the association pushed to have the water level pushed up, which created a problem for flooding. Should be lowered, but that's not what the Conservation Authority wanted. Now, the backfall to that is what's happening now. So let's
Okay,
make it
Councillor Nash,
municipal
you're
water.
just carrying on for another 5. You said you were gonna wrap it up.
Okay, well,
You're
sorry,
beating
I was,
yourself.
I'll clean. So, yeah, thank you for giving me the more time, but let's make it for everybody on the lake. And what North Bay Mattawa has said is the 227 is fine, because if the water floods over your septic system, just like a very heavy rain, and you have standing water for an hour, does not mean your septic system's leaking. Your septic system only leaks when your bed washes away. It's an enclosed system. It doesn't leak if it's underwater for 2 days a year because of a spring freshet. We keep being told the same thing, but nobody, and when I say nobody, the association doesn't want to listen to it. So let's find a way in this plan, if the association wants it, to give them what they want and make 90% of the lots in Washkesh useless to everybody, because that seems to be what they want. So I'd implore us to change this to a very high number, not for just new lots, for every lot, and see the feedback we're going to get from all the cottagers on the lake that aren't members of the association, as the vast majority telling us how crazy we are to have done something like that. Thank you.
I was going to suggest that, in fact, the statement, the first line of 12.08.5 is actually correct as it stands. It says, except for Lake Wawashkesh, the flood elevation for Lake Wawashkesh is 229.57. So Wawashkesh is no different from any other lake, other than that the other lakes have different numbers. That particular one happens to be a higher number because of this very large pressure. So I think that I saw that simply as a piece of information for people. It's not, it actually isn't an exception. But in that, however, I think we should probably, well, we're at 3 o'clock and I understand our planner has to leave, but before I'm wondering if we can close this particular subject out by simply saying, is there anybody on the council who wishes to say something different under 12.08.5? I mean, this is.
What happens to Mr. Keane, who said 227? Is the exception then? Didn't we say in all the documents and whatever, it had to be 227? Does that change?
They're just, because of the layout, effectively. Yeah, the official plan isn't the zoning. Zoning is what determines when a building becomes. There was an instance where zoning got put on a property that says that this is, just like you have a setback variance for the front yard, so they might be able to go closer than the other person. They got a variance, go have a lesser flood elevation for some reason, I don't know. And zoning holds the day. That person in perpetuity is,
Okay.
can replace at that level.
Okay.
It's like historic septic systems. Conservation Authority or whoever the permitting officer, typically they would say, you know what? would rather issue this person new septic system permit at this current location, even though it doesn't stay standards. It'd be better to have a new system here than someone who's 50 years old. So. And yet there's a whole concept of legal non-compliance. It's a different issue for a different day, but that's basically the.
So I'm not sure if I understood what you just said, but septic systems. They're not, if you have a building that's below the floodplain, you can stay there forever. You know, you, whatever approvals you got when you got them, that's okay, but this septic authority. If you have a bed, I actually had one in this exact situation. Where it was, the original bed that was put in was too close to the lake, would not have met the requirements. When we went to replace it, we knew that they would not allow us to replace it there. Anyway, we had to find a place up on a height of land we could put it. Unfortunately, we did have a place. And we had to pump up to it.
If there's a.
Which, so that was the condition of the permit we got. I mean, they would not have given us a permit to put it, replace the one that we had. Because it was too close to the water and too low in elevation. And
What I was referring to is if you have no other option, they'll give you the permit. We'll try to make you.
yeah, if you don't have any options, yeah, but
I don't.
That's if you don't have.
And they'll give you typically
non-confirming.
a new system as opposed to some.
What was the flood elevation in the current official plan? Was there a number in there?
Well, there's a number in the zoning bylaw,
What was that number in the zoning bylaw?
229.57.
That's what it is 229. Well, I don't know if it affects current people. I guess we'll get heat if we make it 229, but that's what the Lake Association wants. So. Why would we make it 229.57?
I'm not even sure why we think that this is our jurisdiction, to be honest. I mean, what happened in the discussion that Councilor Nash was referring to? I was there at the time and I was not on the association and I didn't take a position, but I had lots of conversations with some of the people who did. And we were at that time doing our first official plan when this came down. The Ministry of Natural Resources reviewed the official plan and they heard what everybody said and they said, this is the number that you will use for elevation. They could turn around and change it anytime they wanted. And they could turn around and set a different one for Gooseneck Lake or Bolger Lake or whatever other lake they like, I guess. It doesn't. I don't think it's up to us, and I think it's dangerous for us to mess with it because we don't want to end up giving people permits for things, and then the whole thing backfires on them. They come to us and say, well, you gave us a permit. My cottage flooded, you're responsible to fix it. They can do that. To other municipalities, they get hit with these things all the time because they issued a building permit when they, something that they shouldn't have.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, and I know we're on borrowed time with Jamie, and we'll probably have to pick this up next time. And just for Jamie's sake, I appreciate all the comments you've done today and look forward to finishing it off at another date. But Mr. Mayor, what you're saying might make sense. Why would we even put in anything here? I'm not sure if our planner's spoken to North Bay Mattawa. Let's do the research properly. Like, I'm using crazy numbers because I think it's just asinine. But again, what we're talking about here is only for new lots, not for existing lots. We need things in our official plan or our zoning bylaws to treat people the same. And the way people will get around this, as Mr. Keene had said, is they'll just build big smokestacks out of their septic system so that their entrance to their septic system is above the 229.44, and they're going to look like eyesores on new lakes. Why are we treating them so much different? We know North Bay does not make people put it in at the 229.44. Let's have staff, let's have our planners talk to North Bay, find out what a reasonable one is. I understand from North Bay that they're perfectly fine with the 227 point whatever. Let's find out before we go and put a number in here. But I'll ask again, and I know this is just in closing, Jamie. The very next section, it says the erection of new buildings or
He's
structures.
gone. He's gone.
Okay. Well, if he's
Councillor
gone,
Nash, so
shouldn't we have the? If he's gone,
won't get a
shouldn't the meeting be
response.
over? That's fine. I didn't know he'd left. He never said that to anybody. But shouldn't we wrap up the meeting then? There's no point carrying on, Mr. Mayor, if we can't make any decisions. All we're going to do is be arguing with one another. So I'm assuming the meeting's coming to an end now then?
Well, I'm gonna ask council for their wish on the matter. I'm, if that's the will of council, we can wrap the meeting up. We have just a couple of formalities to do and we can pick this up at a later time. On the other hand, if councilors feel that you want to continue through and discuss some of the other issues, we could stay a bit longer, you know, it's up to you.
Well, I mean,
And
Thank you very much, Jamie. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
and through you, Mr.
Well,
Mayor,
I don't know. how
I will not be available after 3 o'clock. I made it till 3 because we were told our planner won't be there. We spent about, I'm rounding, but 9 hours on this the last time. We talked about this with their planner the last time, and I feel that we just need to do it when our planner's here. We'll get nothing done by just talking amongst ourselves because it's updates that the planner needs. So I don't feel continuing makes any formal sense. Thank you.
Councillor Nash or Councillor Lamb, you're
Yeah, okay, I'm just frustrated at a lot of things from government that takes so long to do and so long to accomplish so obviously we have to have another meeting. Hopefully that meeting isn't a month and a half from now and we keep kicking the can down the road, you know. I was prepared for all day, I guess. As I always have, I clear my schedule for the day, so, anyway, I guess we're gonna come to an end today, and I guess Nigel, who I think is on the line, hopefully we can work towards having a meeting with proper notification to people, and, we carry on and finish this thing. But when we get to the next meeting, I don't expect us to go back to page 2, 4, and 10, and 12, and, you know, spend 3 hours to get to page 50 or whatever we're at now. It's done up to 50, and let's just carry on and finish.
No, I would suggest that we, in a subsequent meeting, we start at the page that we're at now and finish it.
Which I think is 50, right?
I believe we're done with 50. I'm at 51 here is the one I have open, so.
Okay.
So if that's the, Councillor Bray, that's your, Councillor Woods, are you,
Well, I only have one item that I want to, if I could, under council items. Is that where we're at?
I don't think we have a councillor items, but,
I thought we were.
well, maybe, let me look at what. To go back to the beginning here and see, we didn't sort of on normal. Well, it says councillor items none, but we can make an exception to that.
Okay, I just want to talk to, I want staff to arrange with the health board and with the ministry. We've had an algae bloom which is harmful on Whitestone Lake, and I want to talk about it. Which I think council can talk about. We don't have Jamie for that. I called the health unit yesterday. There's a lady there by the name of Alana. And she confirmed that on September the 3rd, there was one bloom that was, you know, harmful.
Yes.
So I said, you know, I get all kinds of calls, can I drink the water from the community center, can I do this, can I do that? I say, I don't know. We need to do a good job of educating people on what they can do and what they can't do, and first of all, I would ask if we could get someone from the ministry and or the health unit to come and delegate at council for a few minutes to tell us about algae blooms and things like that. Hopefully someone can come out and explain, so we have on video and tape, you know, exactly some of the questions be answered that I can't answer, right? I think we have to then communicate all that properly to our citizens. And because, you know, people start to jump to conclusions, you know, it's all the septic systems and you know, they forget that a month and a half ago, we had the biggest rain I've ever seen in 21 years on the lake.
Did we?
And
No,
with that,
we're gonna do it.
with that, and look at
Started
all the
rating out
people
in-
have grass right down to the lake and they don't want weeds. They have all kinds of fertilizer and they spray their bushes and they do all kinds of stuff. All that stuff is the lake, right? It's not necessarily septic, right? They may be some contributing factors, but we need to get this clarified. We need to do a better education. And I would like to, you know, have staff direction that we not only get someone here. Apparently Alana has a whole bunch of either links or videos or that kind of stuff, right? We can get those, we can post those on our website too. We can go over to the library and have them post whatever and you know, do a better job of communicating, right? Because this is technically kind of out of our hands, right? I think the ministry does a terrible job of you know, getting this stuff out and doing stuff. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, and sorry, did you want to comment, Councilor Gray?
I agree with what Councilor Land said, because yeah, it's and also people don't understand that climate change also contributes to that with the warming of the lakes and also our drought this summer. So there's lots of things that contribute to it. So education would be really good, and I know they have fact sheets.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Nash. Councillor Lamb, I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you for phoning the ministry. I know I'd sent a link to you on the article. I'd hoped to phone the ministry, but never got around to it. So I appreciate that you had. When you said harmful, I just want to understand, so anybody listening, I know algae blooms are harmful, but there's a bloom or a growth that can grow on it that becomes toxic. Do you know if that report that had come back, we had the toxic?
It was at that next level. It was
Cyanobacteria.
I never heard the word toxic, but I said to him, if this is just testing and it's not, you know, toxic, the headline on your article says harmful blue-green algae, right? And they confirmed, no, it's harmful. It's not just, because there were a couple samples that came back negative. And the sample that came back with the blooms right near my cottage, about 2 down, right in Hudson Bay here at the end. So I did notice it at my place. But one of those samples, one of many, was harmful. So they have to put the alert out and whatever. So.
Yeah. And I'm glad that you did phone and follow up on it. I think it's important. And of course, our water quality is important for everybody. So hopefully we can have them in to do something. And I know, like you said, it might not be septic related. It could be farmland related. I know people take baths in the lake using shampoo to wash their hair and whatever. There can be so many aspects of this that it could be, but we do need to ensure when it happens that we address it and it's posted, and hopefully notices are on our municipal websites and stuff. So I appreciate you looking into it further, Councillor Lamb. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to just go back, we just kind of jumped ahead a little bit in the agenda. I'd like to go back and just get a resolution for the bulk of the business that we did today. And the one that I'm gonna suggest is this, that Wendy started to write it out for us here, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone receives for information the memo and draft 1.3 of the official plan from MHBC planners dated September 29th, 2025, and that the council of the municipality of, and that, why don't we just say that staff be requested to schedule another special meeting to complete the review. So could I get a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Bray is moving, seconded by,
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
all right, Councillor Woods. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Woods, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That motion is carried. This one, I'm gonna just, so,
Thank you.
and then we would have, we don't have any of the other comments or anything here. We'll have confirmatory bylaw, mover and seconder, please. Councillor Lamb's moving, seconded by Councillor Bray. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Nash?
Not sure if you heard me, Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's carried. And adjournment, whereas the business of the meeting has concluded, well, it hasn't really concluded, but now therefore be it resolved that the meeting be adjourned. I'm getting 3:20, about 20 p.m. until the regular council meeting of Tuesday, November, or at the call of the chair. There will be a meeting at the call of the chair before the next one, so we can wrap this up. Get through our last 30 pages or whatever we have. Okay, I'll move it. Seconder.
I'll move.
Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Thank you. That's carried. Have a good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for your attention.